and let everyone join.
Adama Kubane, good morning to you and good morning to everyone. Maybe we should start so that at least we get the formalities out of the way. It is a long program.
Yes, it is. Thanks, Mr. Gumede. Welcome everyone who has joined to this webinar on the electricity pricing rule that NERSA is developing. I'm quickly going to just take you through a few house rules before we start with the program, so that we all operate on the same basis. So please make sure that you keep your mics unmuted at all times unless you're on the floor. Ensure that you keep your videos off at all times unless you are speaking. Let's keep the engagement respectful at all times. And please raise your hand to pose questions during the Q&A sessions, and keep the questions short and sharp, just to help us keep time. You can also make use of the chat function to pose your questions during the course of each session. I'm now going to hand over to Mr. Gumede, who's going to be opening for us in terms of why we are here, the history and the scope of this project. Over to you, Mr. Gumede.
Thank you again, Dama Kubane. It gives me pleasure to just watch you grow in this position. This is your third webinar now that you are running. And we're hoping that this would become an integral part of how we actually operate in this, how we introduce anything and in the sector, just to allow for a conversation. So allow me my job is easy, actually. It's just to welcome everybody. But I'd like to request that you allow me to welcome you, give you a good South African welcome. Sanibonani, Olweni, Dumelang, Lochani, Abshay, Goeiemorgen, and good morning to all. I'd like to welcome you all. All of you who have managed to come and join this conversation on the proposed electricity pricing rule. Of course, from the name of the webinar, you will have noticed that we are proposing a shift in the manner in which the tariffs and the pricing approach is done to one that is rule-based and therefore predictable and applicable to all. I hope that you will all embrace this opportunity to converse freely and openly about this key issue that touches everyone, investors, operators, and consumers alike. Price is an arbiter. Firstly, on the supply side, it determines the levels, the types, and the timing of investments that are made in a sector. But equally on the demand side, it defines the amounts and the patterns of energy that consumers will consume. If you want growth in an economy, you must price for growth. When it comes to electricity, which is largely a means to an end rather than an end on its own, electricity, which is largely an intermediary commodity used by value-adding sectors, price and supply stability influence how much industrial and commercial activity happens in an economy. Stability is not just about levels, but it's about predictability too, both for investors and consumers alike. Certainty is valued very highly. We owe it to the people of South Africa to ensure that that electricity is priced correctly and predictably, as per the dictates of our governing legislation and published government policy. To name a few, most people know this part of the Act, of the Electricity Regulation Act, Section 15(1)(a), demands that the set or approved tariffs or charges must enable an efficient licensee to recover the full cost of his licensed activities, including a reasonable margin or a return. On the flip side, which is not very well known for some reason, Section 15(1)(c) of the same Act demands that prices that are set must give end users proper information regarding the costs that their consumption imposes on the licensee's business. And I just also thought that I'll just highlight a few paragraphs in the electricity pricing policy. Paragraphs 2.3, 2.4, 4.2, 5.2, 5.6, 6.2, 8.4, and 8.5 in particular. They call for the development of transparent and unbundled cost-reflective tariffs, charges, and prices. Well, I guess, we always forget it's cost-reflective consumer prices. That is predicated on what the published electricity pricing policy. That's what it calls. We recognize the fact that we do not possess the monopoly of wisdom, and hence the conversation again here today. We listened to your comments before and a further amendment the pricing approach. We are again inviting comments and suggestions on the revised proposed regulatory tool. All that we ask, as Ms. Makubane has indicated, is that we play the ball and not the man. We just request that we all respect the views, opinions, and the rights of others. We are inviting you to contribute to the creation of an appropriate pricing framework that is aligned to the rapidly changing electricity industry. I thank you, and we are all welcomed. Thank you, Madam Makubane.
Thank you, Mr. Kumete. Thank you for keeping it short and sharp. I don't think I introduced myself. So I am Vuyiswa Makubane. I am a regulatory specialist in the Electricity Regulation Division, and basically the program director for stakeholder engagement and advocacy as a whole. I will then swiftly move us to our first session. And colleagues, please just ensure that as you join, you mute your mic so that you don't enter the platform with your background noises. If you could just assist us with that, I would appreciate it. So moving on to our first session, I'm just going to introduce our moderator who's going to facilitate the session, and then they will then introduce the participants in the session and then take it from there. So our first moderator for session 1 is Mr. Dumisani Njezula. Dumisani has a degree with honors in quantitative finance and a master's in business administration. Mr. Njezula is currently a senior analyst at NERSA, where he leads various projects in the development of pricing methodologies and pricing applications. He has a broad experience in investment banking and corporate finance as well, having worked on transactions across banking, telecommunications, and the energy sector. Over to you, Mr. Njezula. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Makubane, for that introduction. I'll start first with the section itself, session 1. The session will be that there will be 2 presenters. It's Mr. Bear and Mr. Kugel. I'll start off there with Mr. Bear. His section would be regarding the EP rules. Just a quick background regarding Mr. Bear. He's currently a strategic advisor to the full-time regulator member, responsible for electricity at NERSA. Prior to NERSA, Mark was a principal consultant at the Natural Resource and Energy Portfolio and the Oxford Policy Management. Before leaving the UK in 2015, he led the Norwegian government-funded policy and capacity development project, which is the NORAD project for the DMRE. And during the time during which he was a guest lecturer at the Leadership in Oil and Gas program, which is accredited by the Wits Business School. Mark holds a Bachelor's of Pharmacy from Rhodes University and a Master's in Economics from Stellenbosch. It gives me great pleasure to have Mark, our colleague, to start off the first presentation. Over to you, Mark.
Thank you very much, Dumisani, for the introduction. I've started sharing, hence my slight delay. My presentation, is it showing? Could you just indicate?
Yes, it's showing.
All right.
You can go right ahead.
Okay, so thank you very much and welcome to everybody and all protocol observed. I just wanted to start the presentation by quickly addressing the format. I think the quote from Ben Franklin, a justice in the US, saying, the Chief Justice Earl Warren saying, Ben Franklin may have discovered electricity, but it's the person who invented the meter who made the money. And I think this is a very apt introduction to understanding the pricing, for which metering is a fundamental component. So the format is generally Section 1. I'm looking at the rule, some of the technical elements of it. Section 2, I'll go more deeply into the pricing rule and some of the legal elements of it. And then Section 3, I will go a bit deeper into the actual pricing and how the approach is being addressed via the rule. What are the underlying principles, etc. A quick reminder to everybody that we are where we are today, not by the wave of some magic wand, but simply it's an outcome of a long process of steady development, refinement, consultation, starting in July 2021 when we had our ELR strategy approved, which included a review of the pricing, through to various milestones indicated here in the different blocks. These are the milestones related to this pricing. There are other milestones that have been happening outside of the regulator. Load shedding has increased dramatically, and therefore we have an electricity crisis, which is well understood, I think, maybe not from a technical perspective, but definitely in terms of how it's impacting everybody in the country. And then there have been some regulatory framework changes, like the registration cap was lifted in January 23, and we issued the first transmission license in terms that by evaluating the application put in by the National Transmission Company in South Africa. I think the broader context within which all of this is taking place is that South Africa has been deindustrializing over the last 20 to 30 years, and this has resulted in an uncertainty of demand. Demand has been dropping, but there is still large pockets of demand on the system. But this uncertainty has definitely created uncertainty for supply-side investors who want to invest in electricity supply. But likewise, the the flip side of that is that the uncertain supply and unstable supply and prices has also created risks for investors on the demand side. So we are in a very difficult situation with many things happening and a lot of moving parts. And this presentation just looks at pricing as one of those moving parts, but does take into account all the elements on this slide. In terms of the pricing rule itself, my colleague will represent, who is going to be following me on the legal side of the rule, Les Kugel, will go into more detail. But I think just suffice to say that the rule that the way we've approached it as a rule, we have the legislative mandate for that. And we have built the rule around understanding the this industry structure and some of the key drivers of how that structure might shift in terms of improving competition and cost efficiency. And also, as with every regulator, also making sure that costs are prudent and efficient. And as you'll notice in bold on the slide, that many of the aspects that I'm going to touch on have an alignment with the Electricity Pricing Policy, the EPP, and the Electricity Regulation Act, the ERA. So our mandate, for example, in Section 14 and 15, and also in Section 4, but also in Section 14 and 15, excuse me for the typo there. And then also, as I say, in terms of the EPP, these various elements of competition, cost efficiency, prudency, efficiency, etc. And the outcome of all of this is the 5-step tariff price setting process that we have developed based on many of the understood and accepted processes that are used in regulation around the world. And we've ended up with this 5-step process, which is what forms the backbone of the electricity pricing rule. And then, the rule also deals with very important issues such as data collection, how to apply for a tariff, which makes it very transparent, and also a very new concept, which is quite, we found it to be quite, not prevalent perhaps, but it's not unusual, let's put it that way, a register of tariffs issued by the regulator as the kind of official tariffs that people can rely on. Now, I'd like to just quickly, before I go into the 5-step process, just very quickly touch on some of the things, and this is not an exclusive list, but these are some of the important issues that form the building blocks of regulatory pricing across the world. And we've had advice from the US, Europe. We've listened to regulators across Africa, and these 3 issues jump out to us all the time. Some are being employed, some are being introduced, but there is a general acceptance that a standardized set of regulatory accounts is critical in terms of being able to understand the regulatory costs associated with supplying electricity. The understanding that as the demand profile changes, so this drives the deployment of the generators. At peak, you've got the full demand profile will have determined the mix of supply from those generators, and also the commonly held understanding that these are then deployed from cheapest to most expensive. Again, as you'll notice, lots of alignment with the electricity pricing policy. But also what's critically important is that that's on the supply side. But on the demand side, we have to be very aware of understanding the affordability and having a well-structured subsidy framework, but that is informed by the cost reflectivity that we can see coming out of the regulatory accounts and the way that electricity is dispatched to the grid. I will now move into the electricity pricing rule and understanding the legal framework for the 5-step approach. But I will be touching this quite briefly, as I say. The next speaker will touch on it in more detail. Next slide. So quickly, we've looked at the more general building blocks of regulatory pricing, now looking a little bit more specifically at some of the building blocks of the electricity pricing rule. And those building blocks are built on the more general blocks, general building blocks, but also very well aligned and drawing a lot of guidance from the electricity policy, pricing policy document. I won't go into the lots of detail here, but we can see that you're regulating an entire industry as opposed to regulating one player, very well covered and clearly articulated in the EPP regulatory accounts, ABC principles in terms of unpacking those costs and allocating them correctly, again, covered in the EPP. Cost reflectivity, unbundled tariffs, again, covered very clearly. But looking to the demand side, also starting to understand the consumer demand profile and how this impacts the costs of supplying electricity based on the costs that that demand imposes on the system. This also the affordability analysis very clearly indicated in the EPP. So there's very good alignment between what we are trying to do and the EPP, and the also in terms of the Energy Regulator Act as well, which is derived in all instances actually from the policy.
We have less than 5 minutes, Mark.
Oh,
thanks.
Gosh, okay. The consumer affordability analysis to inform a subsidy framework. So I'm going to skip this slide and jump to this will be discussed in more detail by Les. I want to go to the 2 slides that address some of the most important changes that have taken place since the last publication of the rule and for the public consultation. And that is if we go to step 4. So steps 1 to 3 seem to be well understood, and they talk to how to develop these cost reflective tariffs. And there seems to be the main variation from the past is that we will be looking to understanding the utilization of capacity as the determinant in tariff setting for enhanced efficiency. But when we start looking at the consumer side, we were looking at steps 4A and 4B. This is the step 4, which is the understanding the consumer demand. 4A will be to understand the profile of those consumers. And some of those consumers will have their own smart meters installed because it's a critical part of their business. Others will need smart meters, such as many households. But the whole purpose here is to understand what the load profiles are in order to understand what the cost to serve is. 4B is saying, well, we also need to understand how prices affect the consumers and understand the affordability of whether people can afford the tariff, can they afford more than the cost reflective price, those that can't. Then that provides us with an understanding of where the potential for cross subsidy lies. The fundamental outcome of step 4B is that it helps us to have an informed subsidy framework that is fundamentally built out of a cost reflectivity. And then when we go to step 5, which is the price setting, we look at step 5A, and this is an important change that's happened because we will now we've listened to our stakeholders, and we are saying we understand the expectation that to have prices that reflect the cost to serve across the system of the demand at any point in time. And so therefore this takes us back to the concept of a time of use tariff. But what is critically important is it's not the time of use that's important, that is the driver, it's the cost reflectivity. So where time of use has a different cost associated with it, there you will see a change in the tariff. As opposed to random 8 times the price, etc., that we are seeing at the moment, where cost reflectivity will drive any time of use tariff. It all comes back to cost reflectivity at some point. However, large consumers who can provide the evidence that their load imposes a particular set of costs on the system that relate to their actual use of electricity may apply to the regulator for a power price that reflects those actual costs imposed. And this is fully in line with Section 15.1c of the ERA. Step 5B is flowing out of Step 5A, but takes cognizance of the demand load that we looked at in Step 4A. And here what we do is we're trying to understand, depending on consumers' affordability of cost-reflective prices, those that can afford a bit more, those that can't and need a subsidy, we can build a cross-subsidy framework. However, once the cross-subsidies within the system have been quantified and finalized, we may still find that there are those that still need a subsidy, and there we can look at what we're calling external subsidies, which can be considered, but obviously in consultation with the line ministries, policy ministries that would be responsible for determining those subsidies, etc. Sorry, I don't know what this has done. Very quickly, just to touch on this, that the new pricing approach. Yes.
Sorry, Mark. Sorry, so that I don't disturb you further. Please note that you do have up until 9:40, so you do still have a bit of time. So please don't rush through urgent things. And then I also just wanted to ask Ms. Mpongose to please switch off her video for us. Thank you so much. Apologies.
No problem. Thank you very much for that. So I've still got basically 15 minutes.
Yes.
So what I would like to do then is perhaps stop on slides 4A and B, just very quickly, just to make sure that so one can see here that what we've attempted to understand in 4A is the load profiles. And therefore, what we're trying to understand there, what are the actual costs to serve? Whereas 4B is telling us we need to understand consumer groups in terms of the impact of electricity on their business. Is it a critical cost driver like a smelter, or is it more the reliability? For many commercial customers, the loss of business with having no power is a huge issue, for example, with load shedding. But understanding that means it's necessary that we actually go and talk to those consumers and understand what they need from the electricity system. And from that, we're actually then be able to determine what this subsidy framework might look like. And again, just to quickly reiterate, when we're looking at prices, the critical outcome of this pricing approach is expected to be that prices reflect the cost to serve electricity. So, in other words, it's 15.1c compliant. We have, and the law is very clear. We must be able to signal through the pricing what the costs are that are imposed on the system. However, as I said, to deal with the issues before, where we've had a lot of controversy over the issue of trying to understand type of load, which is, albeit it is outlined in the electricity pricing policy quite clearly. What we've done is we've listened, and we've come back to the concept of a time of use tariff. But the very, very critical component of that is that those cost-reflective tariffs will be, those time of use tariffs will be cost-reflective. So where there is a change in the cost to serve, one will expect to see a change in the tariffs. This applies both to time of use and seasonal tariffs, for example. I mean, if there's no change to the cost of supplying electricity, whether it's winter or summer, why should there be a change in the tariff if there is no change to the cost to serve? Now, the reason why we can be assured of the cost to serve is because in those steps 1 to 3, we have unbundled the costs, and I'll jump back to that quickly, just so that I can, because I did skip over this slide. And this is a mechanism used across the world. So, but the key outcomes of steps 1 to 3 will be this unbundled cost-reflective tariffs. And that means we are going to be able to, we need to allocate costs very, very carefully. And we also need to understand how those costs relate to the regulated business of the licensees. And for that, we will rely heavily on these set of regulatory accounts. And the concept of regulatory accounts is well known and widely understood and widely implemented across the world. And they are different from financial accounts. And the important thing to remember about the regulatory accounts is the information for those regulatory accounts is actually sitting in the accounting systems of the big players. Maybe not in the smaller players, but definitely in the ESCOMs of this world and most of your IPPs, they will be able to very quickly pull out the costs related to the supply of electricity and provide that information. It'll just have to be reformatted into the regulatory account format, but the information is there. And it should not be an exhaustive exercise to do that. The other important point is that any subsidy system will be cost reflective. Any time of use system will be cost reflective. It all comes back to cost reflectivity. This slide, growing out of those things I've just reiterated, one of the important things is that at the moment, all your unlicensed generators, whether they're embedded or cogen, etc., they are enabled through Schedule 2 of the Act to provide electricity on a bilateral basis, but they are not allowed to export into the grid because they don't have a transparently determined tariff. Now, one of the upsides of this application of this rule is that with the parallel commitment to abide by a tariff, anyone should be able to apply for a tariff, whether you're licensed or not. And once you have a tariff approved by the regulator, which would have gone through a robust public consultation process, then you would abide by that rule, abide by that tariff, and you would then be able to sell into the grid. This would be a huge benefit in this process we are trying to achieve at the moment through government interventions in terms of getting as much power onto the grid as possible in terms of resolving the electricity crisis. Also, the other important thing is there is a lot of talk about the wheeling framework and the related use of system charges. With wheeling, you can't set wheeling tariffs or transmission and distribution tariffs unless they are unbundled and cost reflective. These are critical for building any other tariff or price out of that. Now, the wheeling tariff, using this rule, will effectively be the transmission tariff, and included in the transmission tariff will be the cost of use charges. And this would relate to the unbundled components such as capacity charge, availability, etc., but also ancillary services such as reserves, voltage control, black start, and a number of others. And these would be incorporated into the transmission tariff via the rule. And therefore, you would have a use of system charge, or as is often referred to, wheeling charge, being the transmission tariff. And again, when you look at this approach, it's well aligned with what's outlined in the electricity pricing policy. When it comes to the distribution infrastructure, then a similar use of system charges would apply, and with the same application of the rule, but at a distribution level, taking cognizance of the distribution environment. Finally, I just want to very quickly talk to the stakeholder comments that we had coming in. And there seemed to be generally widespread support for the concept of there being no guarantee of revenue. So this is a review of, or this is in commentary to the regulatory clearing account process, where there is a strongly held perception that this is effectively a guarantee of revenue. Cost reflectivity and unbundled tariffs is very important. And the emphasis on unbundled is not, it relates to the tariff. One can have unbundled tariffs even though one doesn't have a fully unbundled industry as yet. And that was an important recognition. And also the merit order of dispatch, that this was a key enabler of efficiency. And you can see from the chart where we've got the support. I mean, this is the comments that were received from various people on the last iteration of the rule. And we can see that there is support in 3 areas, and that relates to those that I've highlighted. And then there is growing support around the issue of smart meters being essential for unbundling and for the charge of any unbundled tariff. So even whether you're looking at Eskom's proposed home fixed tariff, for example, it was acknowledged at the public hearing that will require smart meters. So the use of smart meters is not particular to the rule, but is across the board, where if you're dealing with unbundled tariffs and you want to charge a price that reflects that, then you're going to need smart meters. And also separating energy and capacity charges. There's growing support. There's been a shift in the way that the people have understood that and have been supporting that. And again, you can see that with the growing support on these yellow areas. The 2 red areas were the ones which we paid special attention to, and this is a tariff by load, or the type of use tariff. And we did find comfort in the fact that it is in the EPP, but we decided that, you know what, there's a strong, it's very contentious with stakeholders, and hence I've explained in steps 5A, step 5A, how we have dealt with that and gone towards the time of use tariff, but with a strong cost reflectivity built into it, and the option for users that can provide the evidence to show their costs are not related to that cost to serve the system, and can apply for an actual cost reflective tariff. And then with regard to capacity, that was another key area. And as a result of that, we've actually initiated a capacity needs and training needs assessment that kicked off this month, and will probably have its outputs ready by April or May next year. Of course, the other important thing is that we do realize that there is not everybody agrees with the rule, and there has been some very robust debate around it. And in order to be realistic, we have addressed what we are calling Plan B. What if we were to apply the MYPD, as has been only applied to Eskom before, to the entire industry? Now, this is not just a random thought. This is being cognizant of the increased penetration of the IPPs, especially those that are not part of the REIPP. The PPAs of the REIT program are already based with the single buyer within Eskom, so they are covered, but they will need to be dealt with in terms of how they will, as legacy contracts, how they will be incorporated into the pricing. At the moment, they are simply a pass-through, but it doesn't mean that there are other licensees that will also need to have tariffs going forward. As I pointed out in the slide, there will be those that would like to export to the grid and will need a tariff. And we believe the rule can address that, but also with the MYBD, it would need to be applied to the industry to take note, to recognize that. Finally, moving from regulated licensees to regulating industry is an important move, and the MYBD would have to be revised to address that. And then, of course, the possibility of extending that pricing framework to all other market participants. What this would require is doing a revenue requirement for each licensee. And from an Eskom point of view, that would be a revenue requirement for generation. The NTC would have to put in its own application, and distribution. And we've heard recently that distribution is also being made into a separate legal entity at some point in the future. We would then have to approve each licensee's tariff plan, and we would have to consult on both of those two. Both the revenue requirement and the tariff plans would have to be required to go through a robust public consultation process. And then finally, we would have to approve each licensee's tariff and how they impact on end user prices. So we would have separate tariffs for generation, transmission, distribution, etc., and how those build up, as I described earlier, into the price for end users. So just some key observations just to finish with regard to the license activities. We need to look at this as an industry-wide application, and this recognizes the reality that the industry is unbundling. So the tariffs would need to be unbundled to enable that process. But also it provides cost visibility, which is a strong demand coming from consumers. The electricity pricing rule will be a statutory instrument, so it will allow for improved enforcement, but it also brings transparency and fairness. And from a regulatory perspective, it brings certainty and also deals with the non-discriminatory aspects of both the EPP and the ERA. The rules are ERA compliant, as I said, both in terms of unbundled cost-reflective tariffs in terms of Section 51A and Section 51C in terms of the reflecting the cost to serve and end user prices. Finally, the electricity pricing rule provides the outcome that's expected is that it will result in improved regulatory efficiency, because it's a dedicated application with a very clear approval process, which will ensure that the application for tariffs is readily understood, and that the administrative process is not overly burdensome to the regulated licensees. The way the rule is structured is that by a codification of the administrative process, this is good for the regulator from efficiency, but also good for stakeholders in terms of the transparency and the visibility that I've mentioned before. With that, I thank you, and I don't know if I'm on time. I hope so.
Thank you, Mark. On that, yes, you are on time for the very insightful presentation, where you've taken us through the technical framework, the legal framework, and also the consultation and timelines into the electricity pricing rules. I just want us to probably, as well as I think what is also key within the method, the rules themselves, is also the core objectives in terms of enhancing competition and from a cost efficiency perspective. This is what you've also explained, that is through standardizing in terms of the regulatory accounts, demand profiles, and also the affordability analysis that you went into details about. Just probably a quick question. Given that now the methodology has moved it's moved away, or is migrated a little bit from the time of use tariff. Can you probably give us a sort of indication as to why the change then from the time of use to a more load type analysis on your side?
Look, sorry, am I muted? Can you hear me? I can't remember if I muted myself. Okay, thank you. Look, I think, Dumisani, thanks for the question. And I'm glad to have the opportunity, because I did speed up a bit and had seen that perhaps I had a bit more time. I think the most important thing to remember about the new pricing mechanism is 3 or 4 fundamentals. 1, all costs will be allocated properly according to a set of regulatory accounts. So we will be looking at how those costs will impact the cost of electricity directly, and through with the baseline of those regulatory accounts, we'll be able to make sure that we functionalize, classify, and allocate, etc., to the correct customer categories. So that's really important. That will underpin the ability to then have those cost-reflective and unbundled tariffs that I've spoken about. Now, when one looks at this, the development of the consumer prices, In the past, we had started trying to understand how different loads come into the system and how that then impacts the cost to serve those loads, and therefore how we then set tariffs that reflect that reality. And that goes back to that very, very fundamental and I think very important, where was it? It was here. Very important building block that we had mentioned earlier. Demand profiles drive the deployment of generators. So as the demand increases, new generators are brought on, different types of generators are brought on to meet that demand. And that this is done from the cheapest to the most expensive. So with that in mind, it's important to remember that when we then look at how we set prices, if we have ensured that that principle is carried through in the cost reflective tariffs that are passing through the supply side of the value chain, when they reach the costs, whatever we do in terms of setting those prices, as long as those fundamentals have not been adulterated, we will end up with prices that really reflect the cost to serve. There are two realities that flow out of that. One, at peak, the tariff, the time of use tariff, which was where the emphasis on the time. In the past, there wasn't an emphasis on that time of use being cost reflective as well. But because we've got these cost reflective and unbundled tariffs, we'll now be able to ensure that the time of use tariff, when it's highest, when it's lowest, etc., but it's always going to be fundamentally underwritten by the cost reflectivity of those tariffs to go into that price, which means that as we don't adulterate that, we will always be sure that everybody will receive a price that reflects the cost to serve, and all those that have managed to dispatch power will get reimbursed for the power that they dispatch, and it will cover their costs because we've made sure that the tariffs are cost reflective. The second key element of that is that we also understand, and it's been raised a number of times, but that might make peak tariffs more expensive than they are, or if they're not more expensive, they may fall on a smaller group of consumers. And we recognize that fact. And so that's where we, in step 4A, we talked about going to understand the affordability of consumers so that we would have a good basis for an informed subsidy framework. But when we get to step 5B, where we now give effect to that framework, because we've got cost reflectivity built into the prices, we'll now be able to work through the potential for the cross subsidies, but knowing that at all times those cross subsidies will still be cost reflective. So if somebody pays more and somebody pays less, it will always be, at the end of the day, the full cost will be recovered and compensated to the suppliers of electricity.
Thanks, Mark.
Yes.
I think you actually touched into the second question as well, which was more the affordability part, which is more of the legacy issue, even with the previous MYPD. I think given the time now, you'd like to also maybe go into more detail regarding the wheeling framework. That is, I understand that's also has been something that is an issue with previous stakeholders. The affordability analysis, as you've rightfully said, will somehow mitigate, the legacy in terms of the affordability issue. But I think more than anything, then it's what is not probably clear is the balancing of the cost reflectivity itself, as well as the affordability. That balance there between the consumers and the producers has always been the legacy issue that even, as I say, even the previous MYPD methodology, that was something that couldn't actually be solved in a way. Thanks for the insights, and thanks for that. I think we can now move on to our next speaker. Our next speaker is Les Kugel. Les is an owner of Kugel Legal Consulting, which is a regional consulting firm based in Pretoria. Les specializes in policy formulation, developing of legislation, regulations, institutional and governance framework, and provides a transactional support for the electricity supply industry. He also has been involved in policy formulation, regulatory governance, licensing, implementation, and monitoring frameworks, as well as providing transaction advice support to various government and private sector clients, such as drafting negotiations, concessions, PPAs, TCAs, ONMs, and willing agreements. Les holds a master's degree in law from the University of Pretoria. Allow me to introducing Les as our next speaker. Les, you can take it away.
Thanks to Musani. Thank you for the kind introduction. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, you are audible.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. What's going on here? No, it wants permission to share. My apologies for that. Come on.
I can share for you on my side.
Okay, thank you. That will be helpful. Thank you. Let's do that. Otherwise, this is just going to take us some time.
Okay.
Thanks, Wee. All right, thank you, everyone. I hope you can all see the presentation on your screen. Just go to the next slide, please. Okay, I think my part of today's proceedings basically deals with the sort of background to the rules and where the rules come from, and the legislative underpinning of the rules. And obviously, I'm not an economic expert, so I'm not talking to the methodology and so forth. So this just gives a sort of a background or a bit more deep dive into the thinking behind the rules and why the move towards rules and not as has been the practice up to now of simply using a methodology. So I think we all know, the industry knows that licensing forms the cornerstone or foundation of NERSA pricing regulation under the Electricity Regulation Act. Now, each license then constitutes of licensed activities, and in terms of the rules, these rules then identifies which of these activities should be price regulated. Now, it's important to note that only in terms of the ERA, the way it is presently structured, but only licensed activities are price regulated. So it's only licensees' activities that can be price regulated, and that brings us to some other observations later in the presentation. But I think for now, is just remember that only licensed activities are price regulated. And these license activities can then, obviously, each licensee has got different activities that it performs. For example, if you think about a generation licensee or a transmission licensee, there are different activities within that license that are being performed by the licensee. So in terms of the ERA, NERSA may regulate also via other means, and not only licenses per se, but it is linked to licensing. For example, Section 4A2 and 4 and Section 35.3K then allows NERSA to make rules as well. In other words, NERSA doesn't only need to rely on a methodology to determine prices in terms of the licenses. And then the question obviously is what to price regulate and what not. Ties also into the ESI market structure. So in terms of the proposed rules, it does not define the market structure per se. However, what has been done is that a matrix of economically regulated activities have been included, and also then activities which will not be economically regulated. And this has been provided for in the EPDM rules, basically into the pricing rules, to make sure that, that everybody is aware of exactly what will be price regulated and not price regulated. Now, this matrix is pretty much structured around the envisaged market structure going forward in terms of where we are at the moment. But obviously, as you all know, markets can change and markets do change over time. So it may be that that matrix then could change also over time. Next slide, please. Okay, then the question around tariff methodology versus rules. Why rules? As I've mentioned, VRA clearly links tariff setting to the licenses and licensing conditions in Section 14. But if you look at the Act, you will see it does not necessarily or specifically mention a pricing or tariff setting methodology to do so. It's only actually Section 15 that speaks very much to tariffs, and that's been already mentioned both by Mark and Mr. Gumede. And those requirements as set out in the Act are that tariffs must allow for a reasonable margin of return. This is just a summary. The Act, of course, goes a bit further and in more detail in terms of the wording. It must provide for prescribed incentives for continued improvement of a technical and economic efficiency. It must give end users proper information. That's an important one regarding the costs that their consumption imposes on the licensee's business. And it must avoid undue discrimination. Now, between customer categories, although it may permit the cross-subsidy of tariffs to certain classes of customers. So these parameters have to be adhered to by NERSA, and then, as Mark has also demonstrated, we believe the rules do, and it's also repeated in the rules itself. So in other words, it remains a requirement for NERSA to comply to the key requirements of the ERA. So we didn't deviate from that at all. Now, traditionally, the MYPD was used for those parameters. And as you all know, historically, the MYPD was only really applied to Eskom. But with the unbundling of the electricity supply industry, becomes more players. And, as in the case of Eskom, it's one player that suddenly has more parts that need to be regulated. So an alternative to this would be to issue rules. And as Mark has also mentioned, this is a form of subordinate legislation, but would still then comply to the key parameters that NERSA needs to observe in an objective and non-discriminatory manner. And that is a sort of point of departure of the rules. Next slide, please. So if one looks at the tariff methodology versus rules, just from that perspective, what are the key differences? A methodology, of course, is an internal NERSA document. And, it's typically, or it's linked actually to specific licenses and license conditions. So it's got a more of a one-on-one nature of application. If you look at the MYPD, again, it's a one-on-one application. Now, one of the key issues, or one of the things around the methodology, as we all know, is that NERSA and NERSA decisions has been challenged quite a few times in the court in terms of rationality, reasonableness, and lawfulness of the NERSA decision-making decisions. So that is one aspect of a methodology, of an internal document that sometimes could be contentious. And then also traditionally, as I mentioned, it is Eskom focused, and then via Eskom application to the municipalities. So it wasn't really broader ESI industry focused. And of course, that is something that needs to change now. And the other key aspect, I think, that's of importance is that the old MYPD, the existing MYPD, doesn't deal with procedural aspects at all, and which we've now provided for in the rules. So what are the rules? If one looks at the rules, these are statutory instruments promulgated in the Gazette. It's of uniform applicability. It's non-discriminatory in the sense that it applies in the same manner to all similar licensees. So it's not a case of one licensee being dealt with differently than anybody else. And then it also codifies certain aspects of the tariff application consideration and award process. So for the first time, really, we have an application procedure in there with timelines, processes to be followed, and so forth. So from that perspective, especially, we expect it to be less contentious in terms of administrative law compliance aspects. Then also is an expansion in the scope of the rules to then include the broader spectrum of the activities in the ESI. So it's not solely Eskom or municipality focused, but broader focused, and I think importantly it recognizes the changing market structure and increasing private sector involvement in the sector. Of course, these are still draft rules, so it's not been promulgated yet. So I mean, it will be in the Gazette once it's accepted and goes through the formal NERSA processes if it is accepted. Next slide, please. If one then looks a bit at the regulated versus unregulated activities, and I think it's important to note here that certain activities, the way the Act is structured, is that certain activities or certain players in the industry value chain are not price regulated under the ERA. And I think a good example are consumers who are not licensed at all. They are not licensed in terms of... Sorry, yeah?
There's somebody whose mic is on. Could you just assist Lehuma or somebody just mute? Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Yeah, so certain activities are, and I think that's important from where we are in terms of the legislation as is presently drafted. You know, certain, let's call it certain elements of the electricity supply industry are not regulated or not price regulated. I think there's a difference between price regulation and over-regulation, but I'll get into that in a moment. But for example, consumers, they are not licensed. Then Schedule 2 exempted activities, which are exempted from licensing. In other words, which are fully exempted from licensing. And then, of course, the Schedule 2 registered activities, which are not licensed and hence also not subject to tariff regulation. So in other words, IPPs, for example, in terms of Schedule 2, which are registered, are not subject to tariff regulation. So I think the bottom line is that some aspects of the industry, some elements of the industry are not regulated at all, or if they are, they're indirectly regulated. So typically, your end consumers, for example, would be regulated via the supplier or via the licensees. For example, Eskom distribution or the municipalities would regulate the end consumer. So they're not directly regulated. However, we do believe that in terms of Section 35(3) of the ERA, we do have the mandate to actually impose requirements on consumers. Remember now, it's not price regulation, but we do have the mandate to impose requirements on consumers. And these would then be to provide the necessary information that Mark spoke about. So we think we do have that mandate. But of course, this would be subject to the normal legislative restrictions on the provision and use of private information, etc., POPIA, and all the legislation that would apply. And I think that's important, and we recognize that in the rules. So because consumers are not licensees. So I think the key takeaways of regulated versus unregulated activities are that the ERA doesn't allow for price regulation of all ESI activities. So only licensed activities are subject to price regulation. And then in terms of the proposed rules, only certain aspects of those licensed activities will be price regulated. In other words, there could be competitive aspects that are not price regulated, and that is set out in the matrix in the rules. And then the second important takeaway, I think, is that some parts of the ESI are not directly regulated at all, for example, consumers. However, we have drafted the EPDM from the perspective that provision of information will be based on NERSA's authority to make rules to collect data, which goes wider than only licensed activities per se, but then that will be subject to POPIA application in terms of how data is used and processed by NERSA. Next slide, please. Okay, and then in terms of the application, consideration and approval procedure for tariffs, which I personally am quite happy to see, and I think this is something regardless of, Mark also referred to Plan B, etc. So regardless of whatever pricing rules or pricing methodology at the end of the day realizes, I do think it's very useful to have a proper consideration approval, application consideration approval procedure for tariffs. And we have now set that out in the rules. And that all goes right back to the fact that when NERSA sets tariff, it actually is exercising discretionary authority in terms of an administrative decision making. So it is bound to the Promotion of Administrative Justice Act in any case. So what we've done is we've now included a procedure, dedicated application, consideration and approval procedure in the draft rules, which we believe has got distinct advantages. It's got certainty from a procedural perspective for the applicants. There's due process compliance, and there's a decision-making discipline from an administrative perspective, which I think is also good. So hopefully we should also assist NERSA with core challenges and some of the core challenges in the past, especially those based on due process non-compliance. So of course it's not to say there won't be challenges, but then we believe that will be within a structured procedural framework and within the broader structure of the rules which are codified. Next slide. Okay, so maybe just some summary on the key observations on the proposed EPDM rule. So I think the first thing is it's just changed from Eskom only price regulation to various role players and activities in an unbundled industry. And on the right-hand side then is just again the observations around that. NERSA does have the discretion to regulate tariffs and prices. They've got a choice who must be tariff regulated. The rules then determines in terms of the matrix what will be tariff regulated or price regulated. It also indirectly then assists in defining the market structure. It takes its guidance from the envisaged market structure. And I think it's correct that NERSA should regulate the wider industry, because it is responsible for regulation of the ESI and not only certain role players within the ESI. EPDM rules is a statutory instrument versus a methodology. Again, applicable in a uniform manner to all regulated activities. NERSA has got under the ERA to make rules. And I think it builds on the regulator's mandate to determine prices and tariffs. And importantly, I think it provides certainty in terms of who and what is regulated. And then, of course, there's no discrimination with respect to different categories within a category. So, and the EPDM rules would still need to be a Section 15.1 compliant, and I think that's also important, and that's also recognized in the rules itself. So the requirements of a reasonable margin or return, incentives for continued improvement, end user information, and so forth, that is set out in the rules as well. So that is just a reminder that NERSA must comply there too. So I think it does no harm to repeat it in the rules. It's also in there. And then lastly, the EPDM then provides for a dedicated tariff application consideration and approval process, which mirrors NERSA's requirements to provide to the Administrative Justice Act. But then it also then obviously codifies important aspects of the application and award process. And I think that's it for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Les, for that presentation. It was also very insightful. I think what is also significant is the pivotal departure from the Eskom-centric regulation to a more comprehensive oversight, which is diverse in terms of participation and activities. I think given that, probably one question on your side would be from an implementation perspective. what risks, what implementation risk do you foresee, also given your experience with such? Thanks. I think we'll start there. Luke, thanks.
Yeah, if I may answer on that, I think the risks remain around, or the risk. There are still some risks that remain in my mind around the jurisdiction issues around NERSA and local authorities especially. I think this approach is much better in the sense that we're focusing on activities rather than on entities. So I think it's a step in the right direction. But I think there's still, for me, that is a risk remain, in other words, to ensure participation at a distribution level. For me, that risks remain, and making sure that this happens. And I think there's a second. It's not necessarily a risk because a lot of the information is available, but effectively, consumer information to some extent will rely on participation by consumers. But my understanding is that NERSA has got processes in place and that it is being looked at. So that's perhaps not such a big issue. Going into the future, what I would like to see is that that one moves away, and the other aspects are that at the moment, or what one tends to find is that in terms of regulatory ambit, for example, NERSA's jurisdiction with respect to registered activities is relatively small. It basically relates to provision of information and things like that, but not to tariff setting. So the question there is, to what extent in future should one look at the legislation to make sure that one covers the broader spectrum of the electricity supply industry completely? Now, whether it's a registered activity or a licensed activity, to what extent does one need to look at NERSA's jurisdiction? My personal preference would be that one looks at it on an activity-based regulation. In other words, that one going forward looks at that and then potentially looks at changes to the Electricity Regulation Act. But having said that, I must be careful now what I say. But having said that, I do think that it's workable the way it is drafted at the moment. So I don't think. In other words, from a legal regulatory perspective, I do think the rules comply to the law, etc., etc. So it should be able to be applied as is.
Thank you. Thanks, Les. I think there were more questions for Mark as well, more than anything. I think if I could probably bring Mark into the conversation during this time. Mark, I think one of the things that when you were presenting with regards to the 5 steps, I don't think you went through it. I think you skipped or rushed through that part. Could you please take us through that so as to understand, what does the 5 steps entail? Thanks. Thanks, Les. You can switch off your mic.
Yes, thanks, Dumisani. And I also realized that earlier I had my cursor hovering over the preview and didn't realize that I hadn't actually clicked it. So here I am, just so that people know that I'm not a bot or I'm not ChatGPT, but I'm here. So I'll switch off for bandwidth reasons. And to just also, I'd like to just very quickly add to, I think also just to add to that those risks that Les was referring to. I think the biggest risk we face is that if we don't move ahead and start getting a pricing system bedded in, we'll end up with a whole lot of ad hoc actions being taken. We'll end up in the future trying to reverse engineer pricing. And that would be a very disastrous place to be from a techno-economic perspective. So getting a framework in place from which to then refine elements of the pricing, I think would be really, really important. And so it's kind of, the sooner we get started, the sooner we consult, and the sooner we end up with a pricing system that is, where the prices that come out of it are actually achieving the objectives we wanted to. But to go back to the presentation, I shall happily do that. I think what I'd slipped, I touched on the building blocks, which were the broad building blocks. And I did refer back to them a few times, so I won't repeat them, but just to say that these are fundamental to regulatory pricing anyway, but not just South Africa. And then what I tried to do here was to say, look, here are the blocks that we have derived from our own policy that give us guidance. And so that talks to, we regulate an industry. We need to regulate an industry, not a player. That's not to say that regulating a player in the past was incorrect. But when there was only one player providing almost 100% of the power, it made sense. If you didn't regulate that, what else were you going to regulate? But now we're in a situation where everything is in flux. And we need to recognize that and therefore be able to move to a more transparent way of regulating the industry. The regulatory accounts I touched on, these are ABC principles. This is the principles which would be used to functionalize, classify and allocate costs. This is really critical because that information that comes in the regulatory accounts has to be properly allocated in order to make sure that the tariffs that result are actually cost reflective. And this is firmly outlined in the EPP in section 2.4 and 3. There's a question on the chat and also about unbundled and cost reflectivity. And I see that they were referred to the EPP, but I will also probably touch on that a little bit. But I think the last set of building blocks here, the last four, are all demand side. They all relate to the demand, and they're all informed by, primarily by section 15.1c of the ERA, but also areas that have perhaps been a little bit neglected in the way that consumer prices have been set in the past. And this is where I think a very important element of the rule and the application of the rules will actually balance the playing fields to some extent. Then I'm going to just jump to...
Thanks, Mark. Just a quick one. I see Chris's hand is also up, but just while you're still there, there was a question also regarding the methodology regarding the separation between costs and tariff. Could you also touch on that? Thanks.
Okay, I'm not quite sure what the question is about, because basically what we will do is the costs will be, we will obtain the data related to those costs through the regulatory accounts. So on the supply side, the different players will go to their normal financial accounting system and extract all of those costs but in a manner that is allocated or grouped in a manner that fits those of the regulatory accounts. And those costs will then be used through the principles of functionalization, classification, and allocation to the tariffs, which are then charged to various customer categories. So the costs will inform the tariffs. I hope that covers that. That's my understanding of the question. But I think then what's important then to add on to that is just to jump to this slide, which I did rush through. And the basically what this slide says, we're empowered to...
Mark, please share the slide. Mark, sorry, please, yes? Please do share the slide. You are talking to it, but we can't say it.
Oh, I thought I had shared it. Beg your pardon? Oh, it didn't share. Apologies, I shared it, but it seems that it didn't actually pick it up. My sincere apologies about that. It's not accepting it again. Let me try once more. Right, can it now be seen?
Yes, now it's clear. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Apologies about that. I'm trying to get it into slide mode. There we go. And so I had shown the previous two slides I was speaking to, so I'm not going to show them again. I think what's important here on this slide is that we are empowered and mandated to set prices and tariffs and make rules to implement that from an administrative perspective. The second is that our pricing rule is based on globally accepted 5-step rate setting process. So there's nothing untoward in what we are doing, and this is based on various elements of advice we've been receiving from both international, local players, local experts, etc. So we're very comfortable that. And then steps 1 to 3. That's step 1 is the collection, is the formation of the regulatory accounts and the unbundling of the activities. So we would unbundle, because as the law says, we actually license activities, and therefore we are pricing those activities. And so therefore we break the value chain up into generation, transmission, distribution, and then of course we have trading and import and export. But the ones that I'm focusing on at this point is the generation, transmission, and distribution. But all will comply with the same 5-step rate setting process. So first, once we've got those activities identified and ring-fenced, we can now collect the data based on each of those ring-fenced activities. And that's where the regulatory accounts come in. And the regulatory accounts will mean that when that data is provided to us, it'll be provided to us on the basis of those regulatory activities. And as I pointed out, that information is available in the accounting systems. It's just got to be formatted to fit the format of the regulatory accounts. Then we take those costs that we receive for each of those activities, and we then utilizing the normal, as I said earlier, functionalization, classification, allocation of those costs into the tariffs. We then, using capacity or utilization of usable capacity, will then determine those tariffs, and it'll be up to the suppliers of services to maximize the capacity of their assets in order to reach the levels of efficiency that are required in terms of Section 15.1 to enable them to recover their costs and make a return. The step 4, and this was the step that I went into more detail on those slides, is largely dealing with understanding consumer data. And that's breaks down into understanding the baseline consumption patterns. That's the 4A I referred to, and I will touch briefly on it. And the cost reflectivity of the subsidy framework, which is also, that's the 4B. And step 5 will then use cost to serve tariffs and affordability to determine consumer prices, both of which are ERA and EPP compliant. The fundamental principle here is that we need cost reflective and unbundled consumer prices. So they must reflect the cost to serve. The Section 15.1C of the Act is absolutely clear about that. And it's not a must, it's not a maybe or a facilitate or promote. We must signal to consumers what costs they're imposing on the system in the prices that are set for end users. Finally, step 5 will also determine what level of cross-subsidization there is, how that is, and because it's cost-reflective, once again, and unbundled, it'll be transparently billed, so people will know who's receiving a subsidy, who's paying for a subsidy. And that then very quickly, just a minute or two, takes me then to this step 4A and B, which I touched on earlier. And all I'm going to remind people here is that step 4A is largely about understanding those load profiles, as I mentioned in the previous slide. And the reason for that is because that will feed into us being able to make sure that at any particular load, the cost to serve is reflected is reflected based on the tariffs are applicable at that particular point in time. Section 4B, again, that's the subsidy framework. But here, what's critically important is this is where we go and we so speak to the demand side, to the consumers, to the end users, to understand what is the role of electricity in their business, because that will help us to then understand those people who electricity is a critical cost driver, and therefore, as in some cases, up to 40% of their cash costs. Clearly, that's going to be a very important in terms of understanding that and ensuring that their prices are as accurately cost to serve as possible. And that will help us to then define the framework for subsidy, or the subsidy framework. When you go to step 5A, now this is where I said earlier, this is where we made the big compromise. And this is because we have listened. We've listened very carefully and realized that the idea of type of service is extremely contentious. It is supported by the electricity pricing policy. However, by listening to consumers and listening to stakeholders and applying the policy, we found out what we believe is a suitable compromise to deal with this, where we still reflect the EPP's expectation that we will price. We will set prices according to the costs that are imposed, as also in terms of Section 51C, but that we will also, time of use tariffs are one that people understand, and therefore it's easier to adapt those time of use. And the main adaptation that we're talking about here is cost reflective time of use tariffs. So time of use tariffs, well known, understood, but up to now, are they cost reflective? Do we know why we pay 8 times the price at sometimes? Do we know why we are paying a winter seasonal tariff and a summer seasonal tariff? What is the cost to serve differential that sits behind those tariffs? Whereas with the application rule, this will be transparent. Everyone will know. But the proviso to this, though, is that at any given point in time, the cost to serve across the system may not reflect or may not provide the right signal in terms of 51C to those costs that are actually imposed by a consumer or an end user on the system. And therefore, those consumers, by application, so it's not just random, they'll have to apply, they'll have to provide the evidence from those demand profiles and load profiles. They'll have to provide that evidence. That will be done through a robust mechanism of consultation. But then the outcome would be that they would then receive a power price and that's specific to their needs. But it's really important to say that the only difference between the cost-reflective time of use tariffs across the system is that price will reflect the actual costs that are imposed on the system by the end user. Again, fundamentally aligned with or informed by Section 51C and the EPP. So this is not a special price. It's simply saying, that consumer is saying, can I please have a price that actually reflects my costs that I impose on the system and therefore accurately reflects the cost to serve me, then I'm happy. And we've seen this recently in the latest NPAs that have been published, where the core elements of those NPAs is the removal of time of use tariff, the removal of seasonal tariff, a flat rate throughout the year to those consumers, and Eskom is still making a profit and is still covering all of its costs. So as long as we maintain cost reflectivity, everyone will get their costs reimbursed. If we adulterate that's when we run into opaque areas which we then are not able to ensure cost reflectivity. And finally,
thanks Mark.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for that trend as well. I think let's just allow Chris quickly before we continue. I think there's still more questions as well with regards even to the changes that have been made, such as the exclusions of RCAs and that. I think let's allow Chris to come in and then we can continue. Thanks, Chris, you can come in.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I have a few questions. The first is that the Electricity Regulation Act, the ERA, and the Electricity Pricing Policy, EPP, have been referred to regularly in the presentations. My question is, are these new rules and methodology aligned to the existing ERA and EPP, or are they aligned to the new ERA and EPP, or are they aligned to both? Some parties would indicate that they're not aligned to either, but I know that is probably not your view. And really, I'd like to ask, how can we have new rules and methodology when the new ERA and the EPP are not in place? Is this not putting the cart before the horse, and that we should get the ERA and EPP in place before thinking about changing these rules, which need to be aligned with the new legislation? And when actually are you expecting this new rules and methodology to start coming into force? In other words, what is your proposed timeline, and are these timelines aligned with the new ERA and EPP? Another point is, do the regulator members And does Eskom and the distributors actually understand how to apply this new methodology? And is it actually, I mean, in the minds of Eskom and in the minds of municipalities and the minds of the regulated members, is this actually implementable as it stands? I know you believe it's implementable, but do the people who have to put in applications understand how to do this? And do they think it's implementable? And if they don't, are you expecting any legal challenges from Eskom or other parties if you try and implement something by putting the cart before the horse, and also it's not in a state that is clearly understandable to the industry? And lastly, does NERSA really have the capacity to implement these proposed new pricing methodologies and rules? Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. I think I'll allow Mark to come in initially, and then the rest of the team as well can come in with regards to the questions. Over to you, Mark. Thanks. Oh, sorry, Mr. Gumede would like to come in first. You can go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Njazula, and apologies, Mark. Can I just maybe offer some quick answers to Chris's questions, to some of them? The first one is that, Chris, we have an existing law. Everything that is proposed is actually based on the existing Electricity Regulation Act, as well as the existing electricity pricing policy, which I know some people tend to read as if it only has about 5 or 10 policy statements. It's got 60 policy statements. In fact, almost everything that is proposed is predicated on that. But yes, the issue that is being raised is one that simply says, well, there's been a marked change from 2008 when that EPP was done, or 2006 when the ERA was done. So are we taking into account those changes? The answer is, well, it's one thing to get a general guidance in terms of what the industry structure looks like now versus what it was in 2006. But we cannot stray outside of the law. The law is what it is. And yes, there has been changes. And therefore, when MIPD, or that the revenue regulation only applied to Eskom, municipalities are asking and saying that's not fair, and hence why we're in court. They're saying, why can't we also, why don't you consider our costs? Why does this seem to only apply to one player, not to us? So the need to change is, unfortunately, whether the amendment to the ERA, those are promulgated in 2024 or 25 or 28, the world continues, Chris. So that is going to be, but we can only use the existing laws, and that's all that guides us. Number two, on the issues of capacity, the whole, and also maybe to also relate to the implementation date. We are under no illusion that whatever that we may be proposing can be implemented tomorrow. So the idea here is to have a destination where we are trying to go, and then of course we start the journey. And the journey will involve further engagement with the appropriate stakeholders, appropriately changing our regulatory accounting systems and so forth, to be able to get the necessary data. And it will also involve developing appropriate models. For instance, the rule is generally applicable, but clearly what applies in generation may not necessarily apply exactly as it is in transmission or distribution. Again, remembering that both transmission and distribution exclude trading. There is a greater horde of traders that are emerging, and there's a change in there. And because they are licensed in terms of Section 15.2, they can't charge any price other than that is a regulated price. So we need to find a way of how we accommodate the margins or the price that is charged by traders out there. So the drivers are immediate. It's not, unfortunately, the world is changing faster than the laws do change. but we do have the existing framework, which on the basis, or legal framework on the basis of which we can actually, in fact, affect change. Do we have the capacity? The answer is no. We actually, because we're looking into the future, we have to build that capacity. We have to build that capacity to be able to collect the data, to analyze the data, to be able to compute tariffs. Our teams are well and able to learn. It's not rocket science. So as long as we've got a good lead time, these things can be done. In terms of legal challengeability, Chris, as indicated by Mr. Les Kuchel, is that all we do is that we're doing everything as mandated by Section 4 of the Act, as well as Section 14 and 15, and also in terms of Section Section 35. There is nothing illegal in terms of what is being proposed. But clearly, market participants have got every right to actually go out there and actually challenge a decision that is being set. But we are hoping that we will get some kind of decision, and then we'll all migrate with time to that. Will it be a big bang? The answer to that is no. There are processes. I hope I have answered a number of the questions you've asked, at least at the principal level. Mark can then add. Thanks.
I see we've only got 10 minutes left, so I think in the interest of time, I was very aligned with the way that you addressed some of those questions in Tlantla, and I don't think it's a value for you to use that time to add anything more. So, Dumisani, back to you.
Thank you, Mark. I think what we can do right now, we can probably proceed with some of the questions. Before I go also into the chats, there are two questions I see there. I'd like us to probably discuss the RCA. One of the things that have been removed from the methodology is RCA. I'd like us probably, Mark, to go to obviously, given that the way that the methodology or the rules are based, it means that there's not going to be there's no longer going to be any RCAs, and also obviously there's also will touch as well from a both from a the consumer affordability perspective, and also from from consumers. I mean, from the supplier side, in terms of them now not having to come back to the regulator, or not having to wait, to actually be reimbursed in terms of from a cost perspective. I'd probably like your views in terms of the RCA itself, specifically as to how the methodology caters around, or the changes around that. Thanks.
Okay. I'll make it a short and quick answer. Firstly, we need to separate out RCA from other risk mitigation mechanisms, which is what the RCA was intended to be. So the RCA has its own dynamics. It's got its own roots in the MIPD process, and it's linked directly to Eskom. And there are a number of contentious issues around it, and including, the fact that it's has this resulted in ever increasing prices because of the way that it's been operated. So I'm not going to go into any detail about what I think is wrong, or what we've considered to be wrong with RCA or right. Let's rather move now to saying, when you say remove the RCAs, have we removed the risk mitigation mechanism? And the answer to that is no. The only difference is, it might not be called an RCA, but there will be a mechanism during the price and tariff set over the changes on an annual basis that will be looked at in terms of the rule. Those changes will take cognizance of what's happening in the industry, and in most regulatory environments, the risk mitigation mechanism relates to what's referred to as exogenous shocks. In other words, shocks to the system that no individual player has the power to effect. So as we saw in the UK, for example, they raised the price cap during the energy crisis last year, but only for 6 months, because it affected all the players in the industry because gas prices went up. But you will not get it would be unreasonable that one player could get a risk mitigation mechanism that applies only to it, but not to anybody else. And therefore it advantages that player and disadvantages other players. So the simple answer is we have not removed the risk mitigation mechanism. We will just need to work out how to make sure that it applies to the industry and not to an individual player, and which is the case of the RCA at the moment. I hope that provides an adequate answer.
Thanks, Mark. I think it definitely does. I mean, it's basically one of the objectives of the methodology itself in terms of shifting, from a licensee to a industry-wide, oversight. I think Mr. Gumede has his hand up. You can go ahead, sir.
No, thanks, Mr. Jesuit. I just thought I'll just add on to this. That remember, in terms of regulated pricing, that's why it's called giving players that are participating in industry an opportunity to earn. And the idea is it's supposed to go both ways. So if an efficient person, that although they may have based all their tariffs on only being able to sell 80% of the capacity, but because they've done things well, they've sold 85%, they should be allowed to actually keep that additional. It's an incentive to them. But of course, the negative also applies. That if you, for whatever reason, your plant is not available, it's not selling, then, why should consumers pay for you? Because you could not make a sale, not because there was no market out there, but because your plant was not available. Why should consumers pay for that? But if you've done well and sold more than what your tariffs were based on, you should actually enjoy the upside. That is the general intention in terms of the proposal. By the way, I keep hearing this is what we've changed. We have not changed anything, colleagues. This is what we are proposing the change to look like. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Gumede. I'm going to go directly now to the questions on the chat. Okay, one of the questions is, how are you intending to work with municipalities on the ability to do meaningful cost supply studies, which are often very expensive and cumbersome for municipalities? Will we see a move to a zonal or nodal pricing based? Will you also be looking at capacity in the build-up with the TSO by adding additional charges, congestions, etc., based on their flow-based or available transfer capacity? I'll assume. Okay, yes, Mr. Gumede, I think you can start. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Jazula. Again, apologies, Mark. I just thought it might be useful for me to assist with this. Firstly, we actually have to understand that the ERA is very specific in terms of the definition. Both transmission and distribution exclude trading. It's about the infrastructure provision. It's about how one plans, invests in that infrastructure, maintains that infrastructure, and all of the operating and maintenance costs that are actually associated therewith. So, and I think we must remember that. That's how the law is written. It's not in the future, it's how it's written at the moment. And it's unlikely going to change going forward either. So the infrastructure side of the business, the question is, how do you price it? So in the main, whether that the infrastructure in terms of distribution is owned by a municipality or owned by a private player or is owned by Eskom should not really matter. All the simple saying is that in respect of the law, the only question that arises is the efficiency part. You simple then saying, in respect of the law, this is what, in respect of the infrastructure side of the municipal tariffs, which is basically the definition, which is distribution. A lot of that is not even supposed to be linked to how much you sell. It's really simple saying, I've got this amount of capacity, And this capacity needs to be availed, whether, as long as people remain grid connected, whether you are self-providing at some point or some time of the day or some parts of or some times of the year, as long as you actually remain connected to that grid, you need to contribute to this in accordance to some appropriate capacity or whatever. So it's very likely what we are proposing is one that simply says you need to understand the cost associated with the provision of an efficient distribution network. And we do understand that there is not one. The EPP had envisaged a situation where we would have had the REDs, but we don't have the REDs. But nonetheless, it does mean that you could be able to they simply say for this category of this type of distributor with this level of density and so many plants and so forth, this is and types of clients, this is the total demand on the system, and be able to allocate the cost associated with that with distribution in accordance to that demand. But of course, there will always be customer specific issues. For instance, if a particular either demand point or supplier imposes unique costs that are only specific to that particular customer, those should be recognized as being customer costs. But the general principle of what is termed a postage stamp, because although in the past, for instance, for transmission, electricity was generated in one part of the country and transmitted generally away from that part. Therefore, we had a zonal system. But now, with power coming from all sorts of points in the country, the question is would that still be appropriate? So the proposal in the system is that for transmission tariffs, for instance, then we should have a postage stamp. But the EPP clearly indicates, I can't remember the actual policy position in the EPP, but it clearly says for distribution, there shall not be any differentiation depending on the position of a client in the system. So that's why you only have one distribution tariff applicable to everyone, with an indication, of course, or with an allowance for those customer-specific charges. So I'm hoping I've answered both the questions. The questions broadly, both for transmission as well as for distribution. But Mark can add. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Gumede. I think
just to add quickly, Dumisani, very quickly, and that is precisely to reach those conclusions on those answers and the issues underlying those answers that have been provided by Mr. Gumede is precisely what the next 2 years of readiness is going to be about. That's where this consultation comes in. We have a rule that frames those consultations, but we are now going to go and actually do those kind of refinements based on the comments that have just been made. So I think that's also an important addition to that we thank you.
Thanks, Mark. I think that's a nice way to end. Unfortunately, would have loved to. We're ending when the conversation was getting a little interesting, and we would have loved to actually answer more questions on the chat. I don't know if we have time for one more question, because I think we've just out of time.
Yeah, no, I think let's stop here. What I would advise is probably the team can then just ensure that every question on the chat is answered as we move along. So I think let's stop here so that we don't run over. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Emil. Thank you once again. It has been, as I said, a very insightful session. Thank you to all the presenters and also to everyone who participated in terms of the questions. I'll hand over to you, Vu. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Jezula, for assisting us with this part of the conversation. Indeed, it has laid the groundwork in terms of the piece of work that we are producing in this regard. I'm gonna swiftly then move us to the next to our next session, and I'm just gonna keep my video off from now on because just to assist with the bandwidth. But moderators must please just show yourself before you take over the session, so that at least the participants know who is speaking. I'm now going to introduce our moderator for our session number 2, and that is Dr. Bongani Konjelayo. Mr. Konjelayo holds a PhD in management, a master's in commerce, as well as a master's of science in finance, as well as a BA honors in public administration. He has worked as a senior financial and economic analyst at NERSA, focusing on retail price and tariff applications of Eskom and municipalities, cost of supply studies, and multi-year price determinations for Eskom since 2017. He previously worked as a senior advisor in the Group Capital Division of Eskom. He lectures at the Africa Energy Leadership Center at the Wits Business School, focusing on utility oversight, and is also a postgraduate supervisor at Mancosa. He previously guest lectured at UCT tariff reform courses, so a vastly qualified individual. I will hand over to you, Dr. K.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I've switched on my video. I don't know if you can see me, Ms. V.
We can't see your face. Perhaps the cap is on the camera itself. But if it's a struggle, we'll try and work it out as we move.
Okay. All right. No, thanks and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for that introduction, Ms. V. So this session basically will focus on the importance of setting unbundled tariffs and prices using the 5-step process. So it will focus mainly on the theoretical underpinnings around the EP rule, focusing on the 5-step price setting mechanism. It will also look at the importance of unbundling of tariffs as well as costs towards the journey of ensuring cost reflectivity, and then also just maybe highlight some of the key aspects around the difference between the unbundling of the industry vis-a-vis the unbundling of the value chain, and then the unbundling of the tariffs per se. And it will also highlight some of the salient aspects that came out of the unbundling processes in other jurisdictions around the world, and specifically focusing on moving from vertically integrated utilities or industries to more competitive markets. And it also touch on the issue of activity-based costing of each activity along the value chain. So for this specific segment of the webinar, our presenter will be Dion Conradi. Dion Conradi holds an honors degree in electrical engineering and a master's in business leadership. Dion is an experienced professional with a strong background in electricity pricing, revenue requirements, tariff design, and strategic planning in the energy sector. Dion currently is serving as a sessional lecturer at the African Energy Leadership Center within the Wits Business School, where he teaches tariff methodologies and tariff design module. So Dion, welcome to the webinar, and thanks for making yourself available for this part of the session. At this point, I will hand over to you to start with your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bongani, and thank you very much to NERSA for the opportunity, and morning to everybody else. I'll just try and share my Hope it goes faster. It's not too slow. It's going to take too long. Maybe we must just again present from your side. Okay, here it goes.
No problem. Or are you winning? I can do that.
I'm busy winning, so I just want to see where I get let me just see. Okay, I'm almost there. Okay. Can you see the slide now?
Not yet. Maybe you can switch on off your video and then maybe try.
Yeah, I think
we're still seeing your video there. But
even that doesn't want to work.
Yeah, maybe we can allow.
Okay, there it's off. Okay.
Dion, maybe in the interest of time, maybe Miss Makubane can share, and then you can just maybe guide her in terms of moving along the slides.
Yeah, Mr. Conradi, you're also muted, so I think you probably accidentally muted yourself.
I think it's gonna show. There you go, but we are seeing your desktop currently. Dion, are you muted? Yeah, you can just maybe go to your Windows and then select the correct presentation. There you go. We can see it now. If you can just put it on presentation mode, if it's not there, and then you can start. And you are currently muted. Go on again.
I think just unmute will help as well. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, but we can't see the presentation.
Now I can hear me, can see the presentation. Okay. Can you see it now? Not.
Yes, you can see it.
Okay. Sorry for that. Thank you very much again, and as thank you, Mogani, for also introducing, and let's explain that I was requested to present on the theoretical approach from importance of setting unbundled tariffs and prices. And I think it's extremely important topic. From a theoretical perspective, I don't think it is very contentious. That because those very important principles that I think it's very important for any business, but don't underestimate the practical implications of implementation if you see that. So it looks theoretically very simple, but to implement it is definitely a time process. It can be done. So I'm going to focus on specifically, I'm not going to talk about step 1, which is revenue requirement. I will focus on step 2, step 3, and step 4, and I'll just touch on step 5 because I think that's also not part of the unbundling. I'll just mention what needs to be done there. And they are very difficult areas. This specific, I want to make just the point here that it is important to unbundle cost, and because I think we must also not confuse two different topics. And it is cost versus tariff, and cost does not equal tariff. In an absolutely perfect world, it would have, but in the world that we live in, it will never be the same. So it's very important to unbundle cost and then have as cost reflective tariffs that you can based on the cost identification. And what I also want to say is this is underpinning, and it's important not only for this pricing model, it is very important for any pricing model that mechanism that you want to use to determine it, because unbundling is very important. So there's, in my opinion, a difference between unbundling costs and unbundling tariffs, and I will talk about that. First of all, the importance of unbundling cost to achieve cost-reflective tariffs. I think this is very important to separate the various costs associated with any product or service that you render, and specifically also in our regulated industries that we are in. So that involves breaking down overall cost structure into the individual components up to a logical and a practical level, and then make it transparent and allow then for more accurate cost, the reflection of the cost. And I think if you look internationally, the importance of the unbundling of cost and moving to cost-effective tariffs is that's in the interest of transparency. Definitely, you don't reveal and hide cost, and you can then find out who causes the cost, and then when you design tariffs, apply that, so that cause causation start to play an important role in the designing the tariffs. For efficiency, if you know where your costs are, I think you will definitely achieve better economic efficiencies. Because you understand in which area you might have some inefficiencies or what causes the cost to be different, and then look at that. Competition, if we move further into competition, especially where we now start to talk about wheeling between, we talk about generation markets, you talk about all of those things, it is very important that you understand your cost structures. Otherwise, you're going blind and you don't know whether you make a loss or a profit. It also helps and assists with innovation. I think you can identify areas, as I said, where efficiencies can be improved. Regulatory compliance. Across the world, unbundling of tariffs is often a requirement, and because it's important that regulatory authorities can understand the costs from the various suppliers, so that prices are fair, non-discriminatory, and reflective of the actual cost. It also empowers customers. Customers have a clear understanding of the different components of a tariff, and they can make more informed choices about the consumption patterns. And just an example, I think one of these are that we had a tariff at one stage which we changed, and one of the companies had to change their whole operating structure to adjust towards a more cost-reflective tariff, because they utilized the signal that was sent out by the tariff, which was not cost-reflective, sent out the signal for him to move in a different direction. So just in the interest of proper economic investment decisions, it plays a major role as well. And then risk management, and it just aids with dealing with risk and identify those who move on. The unbundling of tariffs and unbundling of the industry, question is, are they mutually exclusive? Unbundling tariffs and unbundling the industry, they are very much related, and very often your unbundling of tariffs follow the market structure, the industry, because your industry is based on specific activities, and unbundled tariffs are also then based on activities. So they're very closely related, but I don't think that they are mutually exclusive, because you can still understand your cost properly by having unbundled costs and charge unbundled tariffs. But then in the end, before the tariff or different charges for the tariff, so when the customer pays the tariff, it could still be a bundled tariffs. I think a classical example of this is currently our residential, your small residential customers, where they pay a cent per kilowatt hour. And but that cent per kilowatt hour, the tariff was derived, or the price was derived there, was based on all the components of the different tariffs. So the main goal for unbundling tariffs is to break down the total cost and tariff into its individual components, so to ensure that the pricing reflects the actual cost incurred in producing and delivering the service. Yeah, I say it reflects, it will reflect, as I said, we'll talk about tariffs. Cost is not tariffs. You can split it up and understand what the full cost is of rendering that service. Unbundling the industry, the focus is much more on the separation of different functions or segments of the traditionally integrated industry. So that's what currently South Africa is busy with, Eskom is busy with, separating generation, transmission, distribution functions into different subsidiaries. And so that is a move. And the reality is, apart from changing cost and the way the market is structured, you can still continue with the current tariffs per se, even though you have a unbundled industry structure. It's possible. The primary objective is to introduce competition and enhance efficiency by allowing different companies to specialize in specific segments of the industry. And I think from that perspective, I said the objective of bundling is out of that, you can get a fairness and you can get a more cost effectivity so that when customers compete, they compete on a correct basis. And you can only do that if that is cost reflective and you don't send out wrong economic signals. The process or jurisdictions followed from other places, I think they pursue different strategies based on their specific economic, regulatory, and political context. And I think what is important there, you have to understand where you are in a specific country. So although you will have principles and rules that follow theory, it is critically when you get to the implementation that you understand the different aspects that you're running with. For example, the methodology you want to implement, will that work perfectly in a way and in a place where load shedding is still, or should you address it? Is it not for stable environments only? What is the capability resources? How quickly can I implement? Is the resources, will I have all the information? So I think a lot of practical realities have to play a role when you implement a specific unbundled tariffs. And I think very, very important here is in the most successful places, and I see there's a speaker from Namibia as well, what they've also done. And that's the success that they experience at the moment. It all starts, and this previous speaker has asked the question about the legal and regulatory framework. It all starts with a legal and regulatory framework that supports competition, that must be written into law, and that you then develop, or implement and develop the rules and methodologies that you want to have in line with the different legislation. And all of them started, they had a proper legal and regulatory framework before they started the implementation. So that's very important. Market structure reforms, breaking up vertically integrated monopolies into the different areas of the industry, the unbundling. I think that has happened. That's the next thing. So, and that process also South Africa is starting to move now. Market entry and exit regulations. I think it's very important to define the market and the market rules, and again have proper regulations in place. How that is going to be regulated? Yeah, there might be competition and you might pay, but there must be very, very clear entry and exit regulations so that people can understand how they compete and what basis should they shape their business model on. Then infrastructure access, I think that we've discussed and debated, and I think that somebody all understands and agrees. Regulatory oversight. It is important that there is a regulatory oversight. The fact that it unbundled doesn't mean there's no regulation. The way it's regulated is just changing. I think that's very important for the regulator to understand how is this change where is it going to lead to, and how are we going to do that and deal with it so that you're not stuck in an old paradigm while the whole market is moving into a new paradigm. Tariff reforms, and structuring pricing to reflect the actual cost associated with each stage. If I look at that, that's very important. In South Africa, your Eskom has done what unbundling of tariffs for many years. So they don't have cost reflective tariffs, but they have tariffs that reflect the cost of the whole process up to there. So that the only change is going to depend on how the market structure looks like, of how you're going to split the cost in a different way, if necessary, for the different entities. But the big challenge here is, and I think I just want to mention that as well, is for the different municipalities. Yes, we need to have one methodology or rule, or whatever you want to call it, for all the players in the field. But I think also when you start to implement that, it's very critical to understand what is required, so that you don't mess up a thing before it even started. Customer education and protection is very important. And that's the market structure again, is very important in terms of how that is set up. And then very, very important, this whole journey, and I think it was said before by Mr. Gumede and Mr. Bear, it has to be a phased implementation, because these things are, if you think what needs to get into place, if you want to change some of these things, it will take years. And by pushing it, you can again have a major problem if you push it beyond the maturity of where you are. And very important, I've heard that a lot of the rules and things here is now up there and it's that. But I really want to suggest that when you, implementation is always better when you have a buy-in. You will always have resistance to change, that's true. But I think in the previous workshop it was said, webinar, it was said that work groups need to be formed so that people can discuss and debate these things, so that there can be an agreement of what's the best compromise for our specific situation in South Africa, and then one move on from there. And I think that is very, very important. Activity-based costing of each activity in the value chain. I think it was also said earlier on by, I think, 2 speakers. It is very important to understand that when you unbundle cost, it's not just taking your income statement, because it's written in a financial way. And there I want to mention, and that was also in the previous webinar, it was mentioned by a speaker there, that currently the NRS 058 is there. A huge amount of work went into that. And the principles around the NRS 058 has not changed at all. So from that, one can come up with a agreed and also practical type of, I wouldn't call it activity-based statement, but it's almost like that. But it's not the pure, the financial people will tell us it's not the pure activity-based costing, but you have to take your financial statements and you have to transform it into a, let's call it what was called earlier today, regulatory account, so that you can start to separate out the different cost drivers and the things that need to be important. But in the end, it's very, very critical that the bottom line must be the same. So you take your financial statements and you unbundle those costs into your regulatory financial statement, regulatory statements, accounts. But the bottom line needs to, because in step 1, when your revenue requirement has been determined, and that's on your financial statement, that needs to be reflected in your regulatory accounts as well, so that it balances off. In that unbundling, what has been done in NRS 58, the identification of cost drivers, activities that contribute to the production of the service, and you identify the key cost drivers with each activity. I've already mentioned the use of regulatory accounts to map the activities to the value chain. So, and I specifically talked about the activity-based costing approach, because sometimes it's not possible to follow strictly activity-based costing, but you end up splitting up in practical situations what drives the cost and the stages in the whole value chain, and that needs to be balanced at the end. Then transparency, when you split it up, aim for transparency in the tariff setting process, clearly, because that clearly communicates how costs are allocated, now tariffs are determined, and people understand more what they're paying for the different charges. I think that's also a very important point. Then just come back to the tariff design framework. as I said, I'm not talking about the revenue requirement, more about the whole cost to serve, as I call it, where you allocate costs to different customer segments, classes, and all of that, where you find the different steps, the functionalization, the classification, and then allocation of that into the different, and that's where your tariff design only to start. So when you look at the cost to serve part of it, the whole process is you take your revenue requirement, total company costs, that's what's now been determined is what they need to do, because that's step one. So step one moves into step two, which is the functionalization, where you literally take that, you put it into different buckets of production, transmission, distribution, customer services, and there might be some shared services. So you need to maybe just make sure that you have proper your accounts have that in place. The second step is the classification and demand, energy, and customers, and then the allocation to the customers. In the Eskom situation, I've just added here, it was the customer categories was further differentiated into connection voltage, because it's such a large network that they operate with, the level of technical losses over the lines between rural, because that differs from how far you're on the line, rural versus urban, if you have that classification. Otherwise, it's not cost effective, things in a subsidy, and then demand and energy level. So the cost functionalization.
Excuse me, Dion. So you have, in terms of the program, you are supposed to finish at 11:15, but we've allocated you an extra 5 minutes until 20 past due to the delays. So we have about 5 minutes to finish. Thank you.
Yes. No, that's fine. I will move on. Cost functionalization, that I've already spoken about. The next is cost classification. And first of all, I think it has become extremely important when you unbundle markets, that you start to differentiate between fixed cost and variable cost. And then when you design your tariffs, that you take that into consideration. Otherwise, the person that don't do that sit with a huge volume risk when they start to sell electricity and they haven't included the fixed costs such as current Eskom generation. Classification, the cost drivers is normally internationally energy consumption, demand, and customer-related type of cost drivers. Then the classification, I don't want to spend time on this. You have to have customer categories of customer classes. I know you talk about your load, your different loads. I'm not 100% sure how that will happen and whether that will be practical moving forward immediately now. But I think you must have those classes so that you know who are you supplying to, and then you can segment or allocate the cost to the different customers. So that's a very important step in our process. Then the allocation, once you've got your customer classes or segments of how you want to separate them, the final step is then moving into rate design, is cost, in our process is cost allocation. So then you allocate the different costs into energy, transmission, distribution, and retail customer related costs. Now, and thanks to Eskom, this is a very old document, so don't even look at those prices. It was the good old days when the price of electricity was still low, very low. And the point I want to make here is, if you look at this, you can clearly see you allocate to different customer categories, and it was identified where they take the load off. The points were identified where they take the loads off the networks. Then you separated into the energy component, transmission network component, transmission ancillary services component, distribution network capacity cost, and then the retail unit cost. And for every customer grouping or segment or place where they take electricity from, you get to an average unit cost. So all customers taking it, for example, as a large customer at 275 kV, the total average unit cost is, say, 71.91 cents. So there you now have the cost reflective results, the results. You understand exactly what's the real cost to supply them, and you'll see that your home line tariffs at the bottom in this comparison is way above, but that's the real cost to supply them because of all the networks and all of the things that go with that. Once that is done, it's then important to take that cost of service, those unit costs, and you separate it out into the major cost drivers, which is your normally demand-related, energy-related, customer-related, and then you have a rand per kVA charge maybe demand-related, a rand per kilowatt hour charge for energy-related, and then a rand per customer charge per customer. But this is purely that's the theoretical point. As I said, it has become more important to also, in both of them, include the fixed and the variable component of that. And then if you then design tariffs, then you split it up into that unit table with all the unit costs, and then you design tariffs. So this is now an example of Eskom's Megaflex tariff, which is most probably the most cost-effective tariff that's currently exists. And you split it into the different time periods, the energy components. For all of those components that you've identified in your cost of supply study, and you understand the cost, you then design tariffs. But then, and there is a difference between cost and tariffs, because when you design the tariffs, you will have to take in consideration what we said before. What are the levies? What are the current real situation? What subsidies are there? Who's going to subsidize? So there might be a cost that you can see on the second column from the right. There might be a cost to that. That's the tariff. But the cost reflective rate is a third column from the left, which shows you what is the true cost from the cost of supply study. Then you design your tariffs and you calculate what you recover. Then you see those guys pay more than they're supposed to pay, and because for specific reasons, because they need to subsidize the electricity prices for the poor. And if you go right down at the bottom, you can see home power, say 20 amps, or not home power, where's home light? Home light 60 amp. It's very important to see there that they are heavily subsidized and the money is, but because of that, when you start to design your tariff, you move from your cost to your tariff, from your cost to your tariff. It's very important to have also proper rules and regulations to address it. And I think that's the last slide, Bongani, is cost reflectivity versus subsidies, levies, and all that. And we sit with the situation currently where there are many hidden and also and transparent subsidies and levies, because subsidies is within the industry and there are levies that come in and out of the industry as well. And you have to understand all of that when you design your tariffs. Take that into consideration and need to know how to deal with it. So your core tariff will be cost reflective, will reflect the cost. But then you start, when you do the tariff, that's where the art part comes in to do it. But in my opinion, it must be done, and it was mentioned also in the NERSA model, that we need a cost of supply framework for this country, national cost of supply framework. And I think those are almost one of the things that need to be in place before you can start to move, for example, everybody in the industry towards a new tariffing setup. Because otherwise things what will happen is subsidies and things will be allowed by NERSA on an ad hoc basis as it comes to them. And that's the risk that's there. And I think now that you want to bring these rules into the legislative area, we need to have rules that's set by government in terms of how that money, where can we get the money and who's going to get for it, is being set by government in terms of the national development policy and the whole country situation. So to me, one of the most important things is to get that cross, because we will have cross subsidies. I know there are people say you must go to cost reflective, but then a number of people will not be able to afford electricity. So we will have subsidies for a couple of years still, if not always, in our specific situation in the country. So I think it's very important that we get that in place. Otherwise, it can happen as what previous guy said, is we might be putting the cart before the horse. So that's briefly, that's just my input into this process.
Thanks, John, for the excellent presentation. I think for me, there are certain key takeaways that I have identified. I think in terms of the activity-based costing, what is critical is understanding of financial statement. And with that, what is also important is to separate regulated and unregulated activities. And this is quite critical. One key example that you can recall is around when Enron was started operating outside of regulated business, where they were providing other services other than energy-related services. And because there was no proper ring-fencing of their activities, when the company collapsed, the collapse also affected regulated business. So proper ring-fencing and separating of accounts is quite critical in terms of either moving from a vertically integrated business to a more market-based one. Also, what I've also highlighted around the activity-based costing is the issue of identifying cost drivers and mapping those across the value chain, and also the issue of transparency in terms of the unbundling of costs. So the 5-step process is quite critical, and it also impacts on what ultimately becomes your retail tariffs, in a sense, and also how specifically you classify your cost between fixed and variable will also impact in terms of not only your cost drivers, not only your signals that you want to send, but also in terms of the business risk around the volumes. But what we also really emphasized was around the practicality of moving to a market-based approach versus a vertically integrated utility, in terms of that it should be informed by proper policy and a proper regulatory framework, and that also it should be implemented through a phased-in approach, taking into account specific market conditions and market environment, and the practicalities around its implementation. So, but also I think what is also critical is to say that you might have costs that are unbundled, but it might not be practically practical to implement fully unbundled tariffs in some instances, for instance, for small power users. But nonetheless, you would still have your costs that are fully unbundled. But Dion, maybe as a start, before we go to take questions from the audience, one particular concern for me is around the risk around related to the classification of cost between fixed and variable, and particularly in terms of, on one hand, the business risk on the utility. If these costs are not classified correctly, if you maybe just highlight some of the risk from the business perspective in terms of either volume risk or other associate risk. And then on the other side, also just talk to the issue of, from the consumer perspective, what are some of the challenges in terms of sending correct signals if you are not classifying your cost correctly. And also maybe just highlight some of the, because we know some costs might be largely fixed, but then there might be some variable elements to say what are some of the rule of thumb or sort of principles around classifying this cost, and how can we limit this risk when we classify and then allocate costs. Thanks.
Thank you, Bongani. I think a classical example, and I think we learned from it, and when the IPPs came in, when they started to work out what is the tariffs that they will pay to connect to the system, that consists of two. There's a capacity charge, and then there's also the energy component. Now in the situation with, and it's got relation to bearing to many other things, because the current way that the energy component is designed, and I talk now specifically about Eskom from their generation side, all their costs are grouped together, and that's recovered through a variable energy cent per kilowatt hour. What does that mean? They've got now a huge capital expenditure, but they've also got fixed costs, overhead costs, cost of maintenance, all the costs, the fixed cost components are all those costs that you must pay anyway every month, all those bills you must pay, without making a difference to the service that you purchase or whatever. Those costs are fixed costs. Now I can say, yeah, but they can load it. They can't, because that is what needs to be regulated properly by the regulator and make sure that's the most efficient cost of all the different components. So what has happened then, when the sales volume dropped, Eskom has taken up all of the risk from everybody. Because remember, at one, and I know the EPDM model says you break the linkage with sales. That's not true. Any product, if you a shop on the corner, wherever, if you don't have people, what you sell, that has a production cost. It has. And it depends on your cost of the business, of how many of those things that you sell. So it is very important, because that's what your whole eventually scheduling of your generation determines. And your scheduling is a completely different debate, but it determines how the cost is used, and how customers use it determines the cost. So the point I tried to make is, so everybody tried to forecast what that will be. Customer pushes it up because they believe they must have enough electricity, make sure there's enough electricity, otherwise Eskom will not plan for enough. Eskom try to be as close as accurate as possible as they can. And your problem with that situation is, when the sales drop, Eskom's fixed costs stayed exactly the same, but the income from sales has dropped, which puts them at a huge jeopardy. So what I'm suggesting here is that one must look at, and you want to be fair to everybody and all of that. I think it's time to investigate in terms of tariffs from generators to have a fixed component, and including Eskom generators, a fixed component and a variable component. Otherwise, one person is carrying the total risk of having fixed costs, but only allowed to recover through a variable component. That's a basic principle. So that's one of the things there. So I think if you ask what are the principles, I think when you allocate the cost, when you split it up, you functionalize different generation, whatever, then in generation, you identify what are your fixed costs, what are those costs that you have to pay every month, despite even generating the electricity. Without generating electricity, those costs, somehow you must recover them. That's just what fairness is. And that's what the Act says. And then you see what is the real operational cost of the generation. Then you can start to compare apples and apples with each other. And I think that's the important point. Then when it comes to networks, I think the networks are relatively simpler in the sense that you have the capacity. The question there is, how far do you differentiate? The discussion is valid that was said before. We were in a zonal mode for transmission. Should we not relook at that? That's fair, but that's your biggest issue there. Distribution cost is very similar. Losses just becomes playing a part. And then for customers, again, what are those costs that are customer specific in terms of having the bill and all of that, and do that and split out those costs that's very much linked to it. And then where you have shared costs, very important to make sure that you also allocate your shared cost. It's not directly linked to your delivery of that service, but they do play a role in providing the service, like your planning, your salary, your HR, and all of that. That must also be recovered for the cost component to run your business where you are. So you split it really up in terms of the activities that you do. So I think that one must identify what are all the activities, and then split them into fixed and variable, and then you move on from there.
Thanks, Dion, for that comprehensive response. I don't see any questions, and so far, if I look at the chat, so there is one question around who should convene the work groups to come up with the market rules. Maybe we can discuss that one last because it's more operational than anything else. But let's talk about, I see there is a hand from EPDM. You can come in.
Thank you, Dr. Jelwayo, and thank you to NERSAP for convening this webinar. Thank you, Dion, for the presentation. Just please let me know if you can hear me. I'm screaming to the top of my voice.
We can hear you.
You're very
Okay.
clear.
Thank you. I just think there's so many principles in terms of the policy and regulatory framework for electricity in South Africa that really support cost reflectivity. As far back as the initial electricity pricing policy of 1998 was drafted. So, you know, on the last comments that were made by Dion, you know, you initially said cost does not equal to tariff, and also in your concluding statement said for fairness, it is fair that both fixed and variable costs are recovered. I think there's enough consensus or agreement in terms of that. My contention really has got to do in the main with the timing of it and the level at which such cost reflectivity could result in spikes in the electricity tariff for end users, and how that is going to be managed. So the perspective really needs to be, how do we manage with this change? How do we manage this kind of a change without impacting negatively or burdening the final consumer with higher electricity tariffs, and also, you know, creating a path. You know, in previous years, we used to talk of a price path, a smooth price path of electricity. How is the regulator in this instance going to ensure that these changes, as they happen, they are not haphazard, they don't result in high electricity tariffs and create spikes, you know, in this price path that we are looking at? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to assume, because I suppose you're talking about the spikes in prices that was caused in the past, and I'm going to move away from that. I think, first of all, if you do your proper cost of supply study and you understand all your costs, that's the starting point. The second point is but your cost that you determine, because you plan for the use of your power station, the schedule of your power station, based on what you expect the sales is going to be. Now, one mechanism that you can reduce that is because nobody knows what's going to happen. And I take example, the ferrochrome markets, it just fell away. And there's just nothing you can do about it. Nobody expected it. It just happened. 2008 just happened. So the point is, I think the way that the RCA and the whole MYPD process, that pricing mechanism needs to be very solid and unbiased based on the cost. That's why I say your starting point, your cost, and then the application of your whatever pricing methodology you use must be very consistent and also done based on the cost and not, again, on all the things happening around that. Coming back to, I'm saying, the fall away of sales. I think where we can reduce some of the risks there is if customers and generators are now jointly starting to take accountability for the risk, because at this stage the generator they say we're going to use so much electricity, and then the generator actually based his tariffs on that. If his market falls flat, and he hasn't got an accountability, he will push as high as possible, as I said before, to make sure that he gets his price. So if you can put some other liability in home for accuracy of forecast, that there's a take and that there's a fairness in terms of who's taking the risk for the drop in sales, then you've moved a far way. So I think a critical aspect is to have some other mechanism for these type of things that takes place, which you can't control, but then in a way that maybe everybody agrees on how it should be done. So yeah, I don't know if that answers your question, but I've tried to just give some ideas.
Thanks, Jim, for that. I think maybe one other aspect that we haven't really sort of focused on is around municipalities as electricity distributors and the role that they play, because we know that about maybe let's say 48% of the electricity is distributed by municipalities. So maybe just in terms of how do you then see the unbundling process, as well, specifically around the ring-fencing of accounts and the role of the regulator? And the reason I ask this is that you would know that due to the nature of their business, they also provide other services other than electricity. And there might be a sort of a temptation to redirect some of the income coming in from electricity into other services, having not fully satisfied the requirements in terms of maybe paying the bulk account, refurbishing and replacing infrastructure, then creating sort of challenges around the sustainability of the electricity sector. How do you see this unbundling process, as well as the creation of regulatory accounts, being able to address some of the challenges around this? Thanks.
I think, Mngani, and I hope I understood your question correctly, because currently, again, from an Eskom perspective, I think there is monitoring and all of that. I'm not sure how it works in the municipal environment, but I think what is critical here is that you do the proper classification of all the different things. And if there are activities that, I think first of all, from a legal presentation this morning, I think it's important you can only have your the things that can be regulated in terms of the Act that can be regulated. So you, first of all, if there are certain activities that takes place outside of that, one should identify that and ring-fence them and monitor it in a different way. The regulator do play quite an important role from that perspective, and to monitor that and on the reports that they get from that perspective. But I think by starting to unbundle your different costs and then have a specific value for what you mentioned, operating and maintenance, what they do, I think the monitoring of that is very important. But by unbundling it, and let's take the example, let's make it practical. The contribution to rates, that's almost a levy, some people will say, or it's a cost that goes out of it's money going out of the industry. That needs to be ring-fenced, because if it's not ring-fenced, anything can happen there. You've got no idea what the money is used for. So one should separate that out and then monitor it properly in a proper system, and keep the people accountable for the money that's been allowed for specific activities, the different suppliers, licensees.
All right, thanks, Don, for that. I still don't see any hands, but I think maybe just to wrap up, I mean, we know that the industry is transforming. We have embedded generation, we have feed-in tariffs or net billing, we have the wheeling of energy, and we see generally that over time, the distributors specifically are becoming more of network service providers than energy. How do you see that translating or leading to change in the current 5-step process, or maybe in any of the steps, in terms of how you will functionalize? Do you see that impacting on this process as we know it going into the future, or do you think maybe there are some elements that need to be taken into account in terms of those changes that I've mentioned that are currently happening in the industry?
Yeah, The Eskom is now currently busy investigating what the license that's been approved to them, what it means, and being then the independent transmission company, I think the way that they buy and sell might change slightly, and that needs to be incorporated. From an Eskom perspective, I don't see a lot of changes because we've been doing that for many years, and the costs are ring-fenced per division has been over the last couple of years. So I think it will be small changes from that perspective. I'm not sure. And then I think it's very important. It's very difficult to speculate now because then it depends on how the municipalities will be managed. And how they will fit in that market structure. So again, we're now trying to find solutions, but we don't know what the vision is and what the future is. So it makes it very difficult to say what are those things that you try and identify from that perspective. I don't know if I missed your question there, but it becomes very difficult to identify things if you're not sure how the total market framework is going to look, at the market structure is going to work, and how the market rules is going to work, because that will definitely impact the way you do your thing.
All right, well, thanks, John. You've answered my question very well. I think we have to wrap up now, and at this point, I'd like to thank you for the presentation and taking your time to put it together and present it to us. And I would also like to thank the audience for participating and for the one question that I received. And there's other question around who sets up this market. I know in that cost of supply framework there was discussion to say we need to have something similar to the GCAC. Okay, I don't remember what it means, but Ms. Makubane, as our advocacy leader, would maybe just clarify how it would then work in practice. But as I wrap up, I just want to thank everyone for participating in this session, and I'm a little bit disappointed because I couldn't show myself on the video after all the grooming and the titivating that I undertook to participate. But thanks anyway. I will at this point hand over to Ms. Makubane. Thank you.
I just want to say, maybe just add to what you said to that market rules. That's policy. That's policy. So I think it rests with one of the government departments, and as it is now, most probably it should be led by the DMRE. Thank you very much. And thank you, Bongani. I appreciate it.
Thank you, colleagues. Next time, Doc, we'll be able to to see you. COVID has given us an opportunity to only imagine what a person looks like. Thank you so much to yourself and Dion for a very insightful conversation, and really giving us a good understanding of the complexities as well as the benefits of moving in this particular direction. And I think, let me think on the issue of the formation of this, what did we call it? The working group. And of course, as NESA, we are able to set up these working groups. But it is something that is doable. We are at a point where we will just be taking a comfort break, a leg stretch, a grabbing of a coffee. May I request that we be back by 12 o'clock? We've eaten a little bit of our break, but let's reconvene at 12, where we will then move straight into our next session. Thank you again, and see you in a jiffy. Welcome back, colleagues. It is 12 o'clock. Let me just see by some reactions, show of hands, whether we are back and ready to proceed. Okay, I will assume that we are back. Welcome back. I'm going to now swiftly move us to our next session, and we're doing great with time management so far. So if we can keep it that way, that would be fantastic. We're moving on to a session now that is going to be looking into data, and as per the different the two sessions we've had previously, data is a critical enabler for this price setting that is cost reflective and is unbundled. So I'm going to introduce our facilitator for this session. It is Mr. Tidibari Ntakeni. Mr. Ntakeni is a holder of a BCom honors in management accounting, as well as a master's in business administration. He has been working for the energy regulator since 2013 as a financial regulatory reporting specialist, responsible for the collection and analysis of financial information. Mr. Ntakeni is also involved in Eskom multi-year price determination, negotiated pricing agreements, as well as the Eskom retail tariff projects. Mr. Ntakeni, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Magovane. And I hope I'm visible. Apologies for my background. I don't know, we have set it, but now it decided to be somehow. But are you able to see me?
We see you, Mr. Ntakeni. We see you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. This is the session that deals with one important part in price setting process, which is data requirement. We can have the methodologies, we can unbundle and do all the processes that need to be done. But if we don't have the required data, we are not able to proceed to the next step. And this is the data that will then make us to land to a cost-reflective tariff, both at a consumer level and at the supply side level. So the information that we require or is needed in this process is the information from the supply side and the information from the demand side. And the information on the supply side, we are talking about the regulatory accounting information. That is the information that the regulator will prescribe for the licenses to submit to the energy regulator so that the energy regulator may come up with a cost-reflective tariff. But what is also needed is the consumer data in this tariff setting, the last leg of tariff setting. The consumer data also does come with its own challenges because consumers have direct link with the licenses. They don't have direct link with the energy regulator. So that is one challenge that is presented by consumer data. But the other challenge is the technology around getting that data, the presence of the smart metering technology. But to help us understand the data requirements, we've got Martin Solomon, who is a holder of a master's degree in law, MSc in economics. He's a chief advisor at the Danish Energy Agency, and he has 30 years of experience in government, private, and NGOs. He's currently heading project at the Danish Energy Agency project to encourage consumers to be more engaged and to contribute to their flexibility. He's also taken part in the South African Denmark Energy Partnership. Allow us to welcome Martin, who is amongst us to lead us in this topic on data requirement. Martin, if I can see you.
Yes, and I hope you can hear me too.
Yes, I can see you clearly. You may proceed. You've got your 30 minutes.
Thank you very much. Will you be sharing the presentation?
Ms. Magubane can help us with that. Ms.
I can
Magubane,
I can if you need.
Yes, please.
Okay, let me get to it. I just want to, while you do that, thank you, Mr. Takeni and Ms. Magubane and Mr. Gumlette for inviting me to give a presentation here. I just came back, in fact, from South Africa, where I met with both colleagues in NERSA and the DMIE and at ESCOM, discussing various topics of interest, including what we are going to talk about today. So I will be speaking about the Danish experience and what we might pull out from that to assist in the considerations that you have in South Africa in building an efficient and well-working tariff regime. You will see a lot of things here that are details and are not relevant, but please try and see where what we have experienced and what we have gone through in Denmark might be useful for you. We are a much smaller country, about 5.5 million inhabitants, but still the principles and as Mr. Conradi said, it's the same, more or less the same problems that we are faced with all over. Please change the slide. This is just what I have been doing, and it's not interesting in this, just documentation. Let's have the next one. Thank you. Thank you very much. So this is what I will be going through over the next just less than half an hour. First, how do we set the tariffs, and how does it? We try and relate it to the topics of today. What access is there to data from the supply side, and what is the regulatory access to consumer data? And okay, let's start. Let's get going. Please, the next slide. Thank you. So, what does the consumer see on the bill in Denmark? This is just to illustrate how it can look. There are different setups, but this I hope you can see. We have the different components that go into the bill here. We have the energy, which is the actual electricity that comes from the wholesale market. And then as we go down the different lines, we see the taxes that are put on. That both there used to be a tax where consumers were supporting the green transition. That's the PSO taxes that just disappeared. And then there is a specific tax to encourage the population to save on energy. And that's why the total Danish prices for consumers have been fairly high over the last 20 years, because there's been a strong wish to use the tool of energy efficiency to make Denmark in essence a richer place, because we would be using our electricity in a thoughtful manner. That is also being lowered now. But as you can see on the right-hand side, transport we have the split in payments between the DSO and the TSO, and we both have the transmission tariff, we have a system tariff, we have a balance tariff, and we have what's called abonnement, which is actually the subscription, which is a fixed monthly fee. And I think this also refers back to the comments by Mr. Conradi about how fixed costs in the network should be reflected in the prices that consumers pay, and that's the C is the distribution network that gets the money, and per month, plus there is also a transport fee in the distribution network. So next slide, please. Now, in the Danish system, we have introduced competition also at a retail level, and that's why the energy price is the retail or the retailer or the supplier that sets that. The distribution network, and we have, even though we are not a big country, we have 38 different DSOs, some very large ones by our standards, and some very small ones, and each of them sets their own. Each has its own tariff. Then we have the transmission network that is set by the tariff is set by the TSO, and then the government tax, specific energy taxes, and the value-added tax, which is general for all goods and services. We have now we have one bill that is being paid after some years where you paid the supplier separately from the distributor. We now have one. We have just one bill. Please, next slide. So, what kind of regulated prices do we have then? The electricity is not regulated. That is bought on the market by the suppliers and sold on to the consumers. And of course, it will add a surcharge to cover its own cost, customer service administration, and have some profits. And you will see these are components that in the South African case will, as it is today, the DSO will be doing that, will be working as a supplier and will of course have costs to customer service administrations and also to have some profit. So it's not something that magically appears or disappears when you change the structure of the industry. This is something that needs to be paid at some point. Please, next slide. So distribution and transmission tariffs are not regulated directly. And here you might think that the DSOs of this world would raise their hands and be really happy, but the way we do it is we have a revenue cap on each company. And the revenue cap, that is how much can the company allowed, how much is the distribution company allowed to earn on a yearly basis. And that is based on the regulatory accounts. And the regular accounts are really central to this. Please, next slide. So I'll just go quickly through this. This is the specific way we do it. We have we really believe that distribution companies should try and work as far as possible as if they were really striving to improve their workings, to become more efficient, to choose the right technologies and methods to grow their business. And therefore, we do not believe that the government as such should set the prices. We would rather, and this is what this explains the slide, we would rather have that they set their own prices within a methodology that ensures consumers are not paying too much. That's why we have the revenue cap. And at the same time, give them the freedom to set the tariffs in the most efficient manner. And so the regulator approves the methods that they can use, and in the end, when they are regulated by the cap, they will be able only to earn as much as that. Please, next slide. And when the regulator uses the methods, and this is where it might become interesting in a South African context. What are the criteria used by the regulator to look at the methods, and the tariff in the end, the charges should be cost reflective. They should be transparent. They should take into account the need for network security and flexibility, and reflect actual costs of an efficient regulator and an efficient distributor. And I can see that you have the same in your legislation, which is really nice. And those charges should not include unrelated costs supporting unrelated policy objectives. And as I've heard on my visit, this does take place in places, and when talking about transparency, if there is a choice, a policy choice, that electricity should also be used as a way of, when you charge electricity, that there should be other aims, such as supporting other municipal uses or redistribution, then it should be very clear that that takes place beside the tariff. That should be a specific tariff part, and not just mingled into the distribution tariff. That would, if we were going to do something like that, this is how we would approach it in the Danish context. Please, next slide. So the slide I just please go back one. The slide I showed before was the rules that we get from the European Union, of which we are part, which sets very clear guidelines for us. We, of course, as a country, part of the EU, and we take part in setting up these directives, but we are then subjected to them, and then we also have some more specific Danish criteria that the tariff should be reasonable, objective, non-discriminatory within categories, and as you can see on the last here, we have a revenue framework that the Danish utility regulator, that would be NERTA in your case, sets annually for the grid company, so that it recovers the cost of an efficient operation and a return on capital. So it's not very unlike what you have. Please, next slide. So we are then, of course, it would be interesting to see how do the DSOs look at this tariff setting, and their purpose and considerations are, of course, cost recovery, cost reflectivity and fairness, collectivity and non-discrimination. That is, they are not setting prices for each customer individually, because if we really went into detail, then each customer creates its own cost in the network, and you could set it very specifically for one. There is a degree of collectivity. You might call that within a category, a cross subsidization within the category, but it's still a collectivity, objectivity and technology neutrality, and simplicity, transparency, things that really makes a difference to consumers when we ask them, that they really would like to know what are they paying for to the different parties. And then, of course, incentives of efficiency. And this is the question that we that has been raised several times today about time of use tariffs, which in the Danish case, where we have a smart meter in every house, it's possible to have for all residential consumers. And it has been gradually developed so that the DSOs use the time of use tariffs to get consumers to shift their usage away from peak time, where, as you know, it's the peak time use that dimensions the network and therefore drives the most cost. So if you can move some of the peak usage, smoothen the curve, you can avoid new investments and new investments. And in our case, where electrical vehicles are coming on strong, and consumers will be having quite large consumptions in very short time spans, charging their cars or their heat or using their heat pumps, it's necessary to give them an incentive to do that at times when the network is not too crowded. And of course, the last here is the DSOs look at how can the tariffs be used as an enabler in the green transition. And here it's the same. It's also the part of it is also the capacity of the network, where we're using tariffs to safeguard that. Please, next slide. So just here are some details about how the cascading principle was being used in setting the tariffs, that the parts of the network that is not being used, you should not be paid for, which means that consumers, or mostly companies that enter the network at high voltage levels, maybe even at the transmission network, they shouldn't be paying for the rest of the network. Please, next slide. So that was just to try to give an insight in how do the DSOs look at the tariff side. Now, we should be talking about data and how does the regulator get access from the supply side. And here we have fairly strict wording in the Electricity Supply Act, which is the base law for the electricity sector, and the Danish utility regulator may obtain information that is necessary, which means that any information that they can argue that is necessary to do the tasks as they're described in the law on the regulator, they can ask for, and the parties in the sector are obliged to supply them with. And there's a fine that they can order them, and if they don't give it within a certain time frame, the companies can be fined, and in the end can also be referred to the criminal code for breaking the law. So it's a pretty we're trying to be pretty tough on them, but in reality, it doesn't happen very often that it's necessary to use the fines, because as you will see later here, there is actually quite an openness about facts and figures in the sector. Please, next slide. So the basis for the regulators' work here is, of course, the regulatory accounts, and the regulatory accounts are now being used by the regulator as the basis for the revenue cap and also the individual efficiency requirements. After there's a benchmarking exercise within the regulation, making sure that the companies are improving their performance year by year, not only by the general efficiency percentage that the whole economy realizes between 0.5 and 1.5% a year, but also if the company is lagging behind the general level of the industry, they can be imposed a greater deduction in their revenue cap in order to get them to improve their efficiency. But the knowledge that the regulator uses to regulate the industry is primarily the regulatory accounts, and it's of course something which has taken time to develop very specifically, but this is really the backbone of regulation of the monopoly part of the sector, the DSO and the DSOs and the TSO. Thank you. Next slide, please. So, what do we see? What is the attitude of the suppliers? And this slide is from Green Power Denmark, which is the association of electricity companies, both the DSOs and the retailers. But here it's mostly about what the DSOs are open about, what you can actually get from them. Of course, what they say is data that they will make open to the public. This is apart from the regulatory accounts, which are also published, and this is also apart from whatever confidential data that the companies are obliged or requested to provide to the regulator. They are also open about asset information, outage information, capacity, how much energy flows through their networks, and technical information about their networks. And they see it as a way to provide benefit to society and, of course, to avoid sensitive information. But there is quite a lot of information being provided. If you take the next slide, I have two examples. Firstly, technical data. What you see here is the level of usage. You can see there's a yellow line saying 100%. That is the capacity in a local net station, which covers 208 consumers, and you can see over the month of July, over a year, how it changes, and the peaks are the Christmas Eve, where everybody cooks their steak or for the family, and that shows how detailed information they are providing publicly. In the next slide. Also usage patterns. Here the DSO for Eastern Denmark is showing in the black area on the map. They show in the middle of the screen. They show forbrug per kundetype. That is each type of customer, how much they use of how many kilowatts hours they use. And I think this is interesting for the last part, where we're looking at how to see how much the different consumer groups they actually use the network, and how that might in the South African context be used for tariff setting under step 5. Please, next slide.
I give you 3 more minutes.
Okay.
I hope you can.
Okay.
I hope you can conclude.
Yes, I will go very quickly here. So because we have the smart meters spread out, we can do we have a data hub where all data goes into from the whole country, and that can also be a source of the usage patterns for the regulator. It's anonymized for everybody else, but every consumer can access their own. But on an anonymized base, that could also be used to this kind of work that you look at in step 5. Please, next slide. And this is just about where you can find the data and what the principles are. Next slide, please. And this is how the data is used. We can go. Please, next slide. This is I put more into this slide presentation that I could actually present because it might provide some inspiration to your work. But here is what you can get out of the part of what you can get out of the data of the very specific 5 average use per household in 5. Here's 5 municipalities on the map. You can see in each municipality what is the average use, and that can of course be broken down into neighborhoods also. Please, next slide. So the really difficult thing here is of course finding out exactly how to do step 5 in the 5-step process. And I was just trying to show that there is a lot of data out there with the DSOs. I'm sure if the Danish DSOs do their own research, I'm sure that's being done also in South Africa. I saw the way, if I was being asked, I would say do sample surveys in a number of specific or representative areas, and use that as a basis when you have so little direct information from consumers through smart meters and so on. So, but this can, of course, that will develop over time, so you get a better picture. So it's very exciting to have had the chance to try and input to your process, and also to listen to the presentations that came before and will come after mine. So please, thank you very much for the opportunity, and I'm ready to answer questions or go into discussions. Thank you.
So much, Martin. So we are now moving into this next session, which is Q&As, and I will allow one on call who have questions to raise their hands. Perhaps before I take the hands, I see Chris' hand is up. I would just pose just a few questions, and then I will allow participants on call. And once again, thank you very much for the informative presentation. The first question I would like to pose is on you had indicated that you've got ways to get the information. You've got regulations to get the regulatory accounts information from the licensees, and there are also repercussions when the information is not coming forth. With those mechanisms in place in your side, do you still have difficulties in getting such information? And if it's difficult to get the information, how do you go about getting it without using the punitive measure, or without getting the route of applying the fines? And maybe if you can elaborate the type of regulatory accounts that you request from the licensee. Maybe if you can deal with that question, and then we can go to Chris' hand.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the questions. we don't see a lot of non-compliance with the request for getting information. So we have not had to apply the fine very often. And I think it's from the concern of the companies, because if they don't get decisions in time for their tariffs, they will suffer. I mean, there's a clear interest. First of all, also the DSO, or the organization of the Green Power Denmark, as it's called now, is a fairly well-run community of DSOs that also, in a sense, I wouldn't say police each other, but there is also a pressure to behave properly, because it's not a it's a public and political shame if you don't behave properly. So there is this both an economic and a public political interest in complying with the request for information. I mean, if you don't hand in a proper and approved regulatory accounts, then you can't set your prices, you can't get your money. That's not a very nice situation to be in for a large infrastructure company. So it's difficult here to go into detail with everything that's in the regulatory accounts, but in one sense they are. A lot of it is just a reflection, a different setup of the ordinary accounts that you have to provide anyway as a company. But then there's also a deep dive into the different assets that you have, so that it's actually possible to do benchmarking exercises, and it's possible to really know about what are the cost drivers. This is something that I think we could maybe share after this presentation. But once it has been established, it's first of all it's not so difficult to maintain. And the second question here is, all this information, if a large or medium-sized or small infrastructure company does not have this information ready for themselves for running their company, they are not able to run an efficient company. So it's not something that doesn't exist if the company is being well run. So it's also an indication that there is a problem if they're not able to supply the data requested by the larger problem. It's an indication of a larger problem if they're not able to provide this kind of information about their operations. So yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, Martin. And we'll really appreciate if we can have that types of data that you do request from the licensees. Chris, you may come in.
Thank you very much, Program Director, and thank you to Martin for his insights as to how they do things in Denmark. I found it really interesting, and just a few comments about the differences in the countries. I find the level of transparency that you provide in Denmark to be really remarkable, and something we should aspire to. Too often we find that there is no open data, actually, or very limited open data, and it's really a huge struggle by analysts to obtain data. And it seems to be very different in Denmark. The other thing that I'm interested in, I'd like to ask NERSA a question on this. At the moment, as I understand it with NERSA, am I right in understanding you do not and cannot apply fines to your distributors or your licensees? And it's notable that in Denmark, they can apply fines and caps as penalties, but they don't often have to use them. In South Africa, I think we don't have those tools fines and caps. And I think there are many cases where we should be using them because, and perhaps NERSA can elaborate on this, the level of data received from municipal distributors is sometimes very slow and poor. I'm talking about things like the deforms, cost of supply studies, and other data requested by the regulator. I think many distributors, are in such a poor shape administratively that they cannot comply. And the only recourse that I'm aware of for NERSA is to take away their license, which is a very drastic step and very seldom used. So it would seem to me that there should be a toolbox of penalties that can be applied to the distributors as they have in Denmark, because to some extent we need it far more in South Africa than in Denmark, but we don't seem to have it. So the whole access to data, for me is also a big difference. We just don't really have this kind of DSO data, DSO research and sample surveys that you talk about. I'm not really aware that these things are available to us. Of course, they should be available to us, but certainly, the data, benchmarking with similar countries is interesting. Academic research is interesting, but I think the DSO's data is probably very limited and restricted to a small number of DSOs that can provide this kind of data. Anyway, that's just my thoughts and comments. Thank you, and I'd like to hear from NERSA as to what sticks they have up their sleeve, to get what they need to get from distributors. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chris, and thank you for those observations of the well-run system in Denmark. I will talk to the issues around the sticks that are available in terms of us getting the data. But I just want to get from Martin if you have any comments.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you, Chris, for the comments. And yes, we have also been realizing when looking through our regulations that some places we only have the nuclear option, so to say. Either you comply or we basically kill your business, and by revoking your license or and so on. And therefore, we have also tried to do it, to smooth it in a way so that there are actually penalty options that are realistic, that companies will expect to be met with if they don't comply. So yes, I think it's important, as you say, to have a toolbox of penalties so that it's actually realistic. And I think also the sector will also appreciate that as we know, the poor performers reflect on the good performers. So while the good performance doesn't necessarily reflect on the bad performance, so there's also, in a sense, a sector interest in regulations being also effective and sanctions actually working to improve the situation. So yes, I think that was right, and the level of transparency, it's also something which is not always been the case, and it has come with time, and it also helps improve performance. Just the fact that you show what you do, it means that everybody can see that you are maybe better or not as good as the others, and that in itself helps motivates efficiency and better management. Sorry, thank you. Hello? Mr. Takeni?
Oh, sorry about that. Maybe Mr. Takeni is having problems unmuting. Okay, let me try and assist. Mr. Gumete, you can come in probably to respond to the sticks questions. Thanks.
Thanks, Ms. Nokubane. I'm just assisting Ms. Ntageni. I guess, Chris, the challenge, I think, I like this term. We seem to only have nuclear options in South Africa. There are actually two. If somebody has been found not to be complying with conditions of license, because provision of information as required by the regulator is actually a condition of license. Yes, of course, in terms of that condition, we need to negotiate and have a landing. And once we've clearly decided this is the information that is required for approving or setting tariffs, that information, and it becomes a condition of license, it becomes obligatory, if you like, on the licensee to provide. However, if you don't provide, there are only two options. We can either sit at the tribunal and fine you 10% of revenue. But if we are struggling as a municipality, for instance, levying an additional cost of 10% of revenue is not really a solution, is it? The second option, as you rightly pointed out, is one of revocation of license, which again it's an option available to the regulator, but unless it is voluntarily done by a licensee, it becomes something for the high courts, which has got its own challenges. And then thirdly, of course, linked to that, is that although you may have a license may be revoked, but you still can't take away the constitutional right of municipalities to provide this service. It is their constitutional right. So yeah, we do need to have an arsenal of things to do to correct, which unfortunately perhaps we don't. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Gumede. Am I audible?
Yes.
Magwane? Okay, thank you so much. There seemed to be like there were glitches before. And thanks for taking that question, Mr. Gumede. Thank you so much. I think we can move on. I don't see any other hands, but with regard to consumer data, I just want us, I think we have dealt with, we can come back if time allows on regulatory accounting information. But on consumer data, just want to check, are there any challenges in the use of smart metering process? I should believe that your consumer data is the data that you get through the smart meters. So I just want to check if you do have any challenges in the use of the smart metering technology, so that even when we move into that area, we also are aware of those challenges. And also in the absence of that technology, what can one use in terms of getting the consumer data?
Yes, the consumer data, which is being metered in the smart meter and then transferred through the DSO to the centralized data hub. It belongs to the consumer in the sense that the consumer is the only one who can decide if somebody else can look at their data. I can get access to it myself using my secure electronic ID online. I can also, if a company wants to provide me, as we have competitive retail service, a retail market, if a company wants to provide me with an offer based on my particular usage pattern, I can give them a time-limited access to my data in the data hub, so they can calculate on the basis of that. So there's anybody who logs into the data hub is being logged, and there is surveillance of that. So there is a concern, of course, of metering data, because it's very personal and it can tell a lot about you. So we've had earlier, before establishing the data hub, we've had some cases of using electricity data to show that one was a politician who said he was living in one place, and then he was getting a subsidy because he was living there, far away from the capital, while he was working in the parliament. And it turned out that somebody had sneaked into his data at the DSO and could see that he actually didn't live in that house because the usage was near zero, and that became a political scandal. So it's sensitive information, therefore it has to be safeguarded. That's one point. But the other is that there is so much good information, in the sense that the moment you anonymize it and you can know a lot about the flows in the system. You can know and you could do the kind of thing that you were looking at, exactly what are the usage patterns in different communities, or smaller down in villages and so on, and what should that mean, and also categories of, if you run it together with other databases, you can solve the questions that you are putting in step 5, which I think is it's very ambitious, and to do it right. And I'd say that I'd point to Mr. Conrad's point about a national cross-subsidy framework, that there has to be some really clear and sharp rules for how you do it, and also what are the costs. But as I mentioned earlier, there is always within with the DSOs, there will be areas where there is a natural collectivity in paying fees within an area. So securing the data of the consumer is vital. But when we go on to what are you going to do when you don't have the smart meters, I think combining academic research with the data that the DSOs have about the network, which I illustrated, is actually quite detailed. And maybe it's not all the DSOs who have it, and that's very understandable. But using those that have and statistically creating a survey covering all groups in society should, I would imagine, be possible using sophisticated statistical analysis to reach the goal that you've set yourself in your step 5. I can just say that the way we have done it in Denmark is to say that energy poverty is just part of a general poverty question. If you have difficulties paying your electricity bill, you have difficulties paying your water bill, your taxes, education, or whatever you need. So what we have done is to isolate the subsidy of vulnerable from the different sectors that they interact with, and do it as something which comes through the social system. That makes it easier for the sector and provides much more cost-efficient signals, correct signals for people, so they can use electricity according to the value of electricity. But of course, it also requires a much larger framework of social service and accounting within that. So it's maybe not at all a viable or interesting option for South Africa, but this is just how we have chosen to do it over time. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. In maybe 3 minutes that we are left with before we finalize our session, are you able to take us through the steps or the processes that you undertook in the establishment of your regulatory accounting data?
I'm not an expert in it, so it will not be very be fruitful for me. I will be happy to supply you with more information, but it's only to say that it has evolved over time, and it has been very much influenced by the EU regulations that we are also under. That is the general European regulations. But I'd be happy to, as not being a specific expert in that field, I'd be happy to take this conversation afterwards, and also share whatever documentations we have. So I'm sorry, my inability just here.
All right. No, thank you very much. And with that brings us to the end of our session on data requirement. It was worthwhile, and thank you for sharing your information from Denmark. We are learning from your experience. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I hand over back to you. Thank you. Thank you, Mati.
Thank you, Mr. Ntakeni. Sorry, thank you, Mr. Solomon. Thank you, Mr. Ntakeni, for just facilitating this discussion, and a pertinent one and an enabling one, in order for us to even begin to go the route that we are going, and to give effect to all our regulations and our policies, etc. So it is much appreciated. We have come to lunch in terms of a break. We're going to have a 1 hour lunch, and it's a bit long because our next speaker is based on the US time. So we're just trying to give him a chance to wake up and not have to be up too early. So please do join us at 1 o'clock, when we then continue to move on to our next sessions, as we move towards coming to a conclusion of this proposed work. So I hope you will come back. Please enjoy your lunch, and I will see you later. Thank you so much. morning, Ted.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, yes. We're just on a lunch break.
Yep.
So we'll start sharply at 2:00.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Great. See you now. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope we are back. We are ready for our second half. So moving on to this next session, where we are then talking about incentivizing efficiency and prudency assessment around these costs that we have now gathered through regulatory accounts. How do we incentivize that the operations are efficient? Because we can't just allow all costs. How do we ensure that we only allow efficient costs? To help us have this discussion, this session is going to be moderated by Mr. Matom Khopa. Mr. Khopa is a professional registered engineer with the Engineering Council of South Africa, who is knowledgeable and resourceful with 10 years experience in regulatory environment and utility experience in distribution, transmission, and transmission of electricity, strong background in grid codes, power system analysis, and project management. He holds a bachelor's degree in engineering, in electrical engineering, a postgraduate diploma in project management, as well as a master's in business administration. He's now working as a senior engineer in quality of supply for the National Energy Regulator. Can I hand over to you, Mr. Khopa?
Okay, thanks, Ms. Mogwani, and good morning to you, Ted, as well. Welcome you to this platform. As this our next topic will be focused more on incentivizing efficiency, efficient use of capacity, especially on the generation side, and also going to check how we can incentivize the use of merit order dispatch to drive efficiency. And again, for the transmission side, we also need to look how do we do prudency assessment on transmission, especially given the landscape of South Africa, whereby you only have one sort of a transmission company. And the same can be applied to distribution, whereby we have more than 170 licensees holding the distribution, to say how do we incentivize such courses and how do we drive efficiency on them. And also some new role players as well, which is more of your traders. How do we incentivize efficiency for traders? Welcome, Ted. Just a brief background on Ted. Okay, Mr. Ted Carey is the Director of Energy Studies for the Public Utility Research Center at the University of Florida. He is responsible for promoting research and outreach activities in energy regulation and policy. He develops research strategies that inform the academic community and practitioners on emerging issues and best practices, and serve also as an expert resource for regulating professionals, policymakers, and service providers in Florida and around the world. He teaches in a 2-week program at the PURC flagship on utility regulation and strategy, and also on an online course in regulatory impact analysis. He also conducts a 1-week course on advanced course on energy pricing and benchmarking, and he has customized training programs around the world. He has featured on numerous platforms that include the CNN, Fox News, NPR, the Wall Street. Mr. Ted Carey is a graduate and he has a PhD in economics from the University of Florida. Welcome to the platform, Mr. Ted Carey. Now it's your space, then you can unpack it for us. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank everyone at NERSA for first for the invitation, the opportunity to speak with you all today, and also for the invaluable help with logistics and getting everything set up. So if we could pull up my presentation, please. So, you know, when we have incentivizing efficiency is, as we're going to talk about, has a number of different elements depending on the level of roles and responsibilities and supply chains. But, you know, overall, what we're going to see is probably the most important thing when we talk about incentivizing efficiency is, what do we really mean by that? What are we trying to accomplish? Because we have lots of tools available, and we're going to talk about quite a few of them in this session. But the important thing to remember is all those things, they're only tools. They're not goals in and of themselves. So when we're trying to choose which tools are we going to utilize, how are we going to put them together? What types of incentive mechanisms are we using? What does the reward and penalty structure look like? It's always got to be with the idea of, what are we trying to accomplish? And until we can address that question, until we can figure out this is what we're trying to do, all the rest of this is pretty meaningless. So we're going to talk about some of those goals. We're going to talk about some very common goals in the different sectors and look at some of the tools that are available. Because the nice thing is there's a lot of work being done in this area in Africa and around the world. And all these tools are freely open and available to NERSA and everybody else that is interested in this. So let's get started. Next slide, please. This first slide is just a brief introduction to PERC, which I know some of you are familiar with, others not. Basically, we're a soft money center at the University of Florida. We're primarily engaged in research and executive education. Next slide, please. So during my presentation today, I'm going to talk about the role of the regulatory framework in driving efficiency. I'm going to talk about different types of incentive mechanisms, and then the types of tools that are available for each element of the supply chain, because each of these elements, especially as Engineer Gopa pointed out, each of these elements are going to present different challenges and different opportunities. So it's important to take a look at them individually, because in some cases the tools are going to translate from one to another. In other cases, they may not. Next slide, please. So when we're talking about the regulatory framework, essentially what we're trying to achieve is some level of credibility, legitimacy, transparency, and efficiency. So, different stakeholders, they have to see the regulator as credible, as someone who is looking out for their interest, whoever the stakeholder is. And they also have to know that, there's a framework where, they have an understanding of how the regulator is making the decision. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on these. I'm going to get more into the meat of my presentation, but anyone who is interested in how do we look at our own regulatory agency and figure out what are its strengths, what are its weaknesses, I cannot recommend enough. A book by John Stern, Ashley Brown, and Bernie Tenenbaum, the Handbook for Evaluating Infrastructure Regulatory Systems from the World Bank. And I've cited the book down here. And I know most of you have access to the World Bank Library. You just search on Brown, Stern, and Tenenbaum, and that'll come up. But if you haven't read that book, if you haven't at least gone through the executive summary of the book and paged through some of the concepts, it's well worth your time. Next slide, please. And then efficiency. We typically talk about efficiency in terms of the operator. Efficiency applies to the regulator as well. And the regulator demonstrates efficiency by adhering to schedules and making decisions in a timely manner and having that open framework. A lot of that framework that is a big part of the EPDM initiative for NERSA. Next slide, please. Like I said, I'm not going to go through the different regulatory functions. Again, if you're interested in some specifics on this, please check out John, Ashley, and Bernie's book. But basically, regulators, can incentivize and influence efficiency in a lot of ways. Certainly the issuing of licenses, deciding who gets to participate in the market, and this is going to be important when I talk about traders in a little bit. For service providers, folks that have what we call steel in the ground, they're providing services. Issuing licenses is a little bit more straightforward. When you start bringing in third parties that are just financial intermediaries, they don't have some of the same characteristics. So the ability of the regulator to issue licenses can be a big part in making sure that the traders are not causing problems with the system. Setting performance standards. We're going to talk more about that. Monitoring performance. We'll go into a little bit more detail there. Establishing the price level, structure of tariffs. Leo's going to talk more about that in the next session. Next slide, please. Establishing the uniform system of accounts. I'm going to come back to that one again and again over the course of my presentation here. So, having that baseline, we're going to talk about how important that is. Arbitrating disputes among stakeholders, performing management audits, the role of NERSA in performing management audits. It may or may not apply, but again, we'll be talking a little bit about where that might occur probably more often in distribution utilities. And then, of course, developing human resources and reporting are also important functions. Next slide, please. So, as I mentioned, the first step when we're talking about efficiency is efficiency for what? All right, so what are the types of things that the operator controls? What are the types of things that customers control? So when we're choosing our performance metrics, when we're choosing the incentive system, it's important to make sure that what we're choosing is actually under the control of that stakeholder, whether it's the operator or whether it's the customer. If they don't control that particular outcome, then it really just turns into a random series of rewards and penalties. And that has no role in improving performance for everybody. So making sure that the metrics are under control of the operator, and then understanding that costs and benefits may not be uniformly distributed. Okay, so is this a benefit that is going to accrue to current customers or future customers, or just benefits within a particular region? That's very important because we're asking customers to bear the costs here. And so we have to have that understanding of when we're putting in these efficiency measures, do the benefits accrue to everybody or just certain groups of customers? So that's an important thing to understand. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned before, different elements of the supply chain are going to have different characteristics. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to step through first generation and supply, and then talk a little bit about transmission, and then finish up with distribution. Next slide, please. So the idea with generation or supply is looking at, typically we're looking at, efficiency. So our goal for the generation sector is supplying electricity at the lowest possible cost. And typically we're measuring that looking at, how the company is bidding into a market or what their costs for supply when we don't have a market. But through all of this, it's really important to remember that if we're putting an incentive mechanism in place, basically a bonus for achieving certain benchmarks, it's important that we understand that we're comfortable that, hey, if the company reaches these incentives and they receive this bonus, that we're comfortable with that. If you're not comfortable with that, then don't put it in place. All right, so we have to understand that if we've carefully crafted the incentives so that they are improving service for everybody, the company reaching those goals is a good thing. If we have to penalize the company, that's actually a bad thing. I see lots of regulatory agencies say, hey, we collected, $40,000 in fines last year. Every time I read that, I think, gosh, what a wasted opportunity. The people there didn't get some element of service that they were expecting, that they deserve. And the fact that you have to fine them, that's actually a bad thing. So understand that when companies get their bonuses, when they reach their incentives, hopefully we've crafted them in such a way that that results in benefits for everybody. Next slide, please. So in generation, we tend to not worry so much about it because the idea is, well, if we have open competitive markets for generation, then we get efficiency. But it's important to remember why we say that. And this gets into a complication. There are lots of countries, the US, the UK, Australia, they will tell you that they have open competitive wholesale markets for generation. I'll let you in on a little secret. They don't. The West African power pool is probably going to enter phase 2 in the next 6 months or so. ECOWAS will tell you that that is an open wholesale market for generation. It's not. It's not a competitive market. The main driver for what makes a market competitive, what incentivizes generators to bid their actual cost of providing service, is the possibility that if they bid too high, then their generation is not going to be utilized. It's not going to be taken. As soon as you have one generator, and it only takes one generator that knows that you need their power, they don't have that incentive anymore. And there's nowhere in the world, the Philippines, anywhere, where there's a generator that doesn't know that you need their power. So we can't rely on the crutch of what we call an open competitive market for generation because they don't exist. So what are the types of things we look at? Next slide, please. So we have to have that understanding of costs. And the uniform system of accounts is going to make that a lot easier because it allows us to compare costs for different generators because they're all reporting those costs on the same baseline, that uniform system of accounts. We also have to know about the transmission constraints. We'll talk about that in just a second. And we need all of this information before we get to an open wholesale market. But you know what? We need it after we get to an open wholesale market as well. Before we have quote unquote competition in generation, the market is regulated. The regulators have to have this type of information. But once the market becomes an open wholesale market, regulators still need this type of information. And what may happen sometimes is regulators transition from directly regulating the market to the role of a market monitor. Basically, a market monitor is in place and they make sure that every generator is bidding fairly. And if you're interested in the types of things that a market monitor does, the types of metrics that market monitors use and how they go about figuring out, hey, is this bidding behavior fair in this market? I put a link here in the presentation to some sample documents from the market monitor for one of the wholesale markets in the United States. And with traders, it's very similar. What you're asking is, are they bidding fairly into the market? That is, do their bids reflect their costs? And so traders will be subject to the same types of monitoring arrangements. And it's important to keep in mind the incentives. We know that incentivizing traders based on volume is absolutely the wrong thing to do. We've got a lot of history and in the UK that shows that incentivizing traders based on volume is wrong. It leads to all sorts of problems. The California power crisis, if you want to Google that in the United States or just email me for additional information, is probably the most notable example. So typically when we're looking at traders, we're looking at margins. Are they bidding fairly into the market? And again, you click on the documents for the market monitor and you can see the different metrics that they use. Next slide, please. So basically with generation, we're asking, do the bids reflect the marginal cost to supply service? And again, in a competitive market, the market takes care of that. But like I said, there are no purely competitive markets for generation anywhere in the world. And in my view, at least in my lifetime, there aren't going to be. So the need for market monitors is always going to exist. Now, for when we get to transmission, their monopoly status makes assessing transmission a little bit more challenging. But again, the uniform system of accounts is going to make things a lot easier. You're going to have that ability to compare transmission companies. Now, I understand within your region, you only have one transmission company, but in Africa, around the world, there are lots of different transmission companies, and that uniform system of accounts allows you to make those comparisons because you have an understanding of what's going into everybody's costs. Next slide, please. The efficiency measures that we typically look at for transmission, there are a number of different instances, but this is a sample attachment. This is from attachment H of the Uniform Transmission Tariff for the West African Power Pool. And this table has not yet been populated. It will be, but you can see that in this attachment H for the Uniform Transmission Tariff, you're going to have the revenue requirement, basically the cost of transmission for all of the transmission companies in Western Africa. And again, a part of the West African Power Pool Uniform Transmission Tariff is a consistent accounting treatment for all transmission costs. So within the region and elsewhere in Africa, you're going to have an idea of the costs for each of the transmission companies. And this data can be used. I realize none of these transmission companies is yours. But when we get into distribution and we start talking about, comparing different types of companies, this data can be used in any type of benchmarking exercise. So once the West African Power Pool goes liquid, once the East African Power Pool goes liquid, they're preparing a similar uniform transmission tariff for the East African region. You're going to have a lot more data on what transmission costs are around the continent. And that's pretty valuable data. Next slide, please. But it's not just costs that are important. When we're looking at transmission incentives, we're looking at losses. What are the level of losses? And again, you'll be able to observe that for the different transmission companies in West Africa and East Africa once the East African Power Pool gets closer to liquid state. How often are they curtailing certain types of resources? This is a challenge, especially as we start getting more renewables on the grid. In the balancing market, so hour to hour matching up of supply and demand. How efficient are they? What are our interruption frequencies? How often do they provide information? If they're tasked with providing load forecasts, how accurate are those load forecasts? And even if you don't have other systems, once you have that uniform system of accounts in place, you can now also compare the company to itself over time. So after 2 or 3 years, you can have a baseline for the company of, what are their levels of losses? What are their levels of load forecast efficiency? What are their costs? And that will help you in benchmarking. But as I pointed out, there are also future opportunities for making comparisons with the West and East African power pools. Next slide, please. We'll finish up with distribution. Now, with distribution, our challenge is the number of participants. So we may have just a few distribution companies that we're benchmarking. We may have many. And so the sheer volume sometimes can cause challenges with assessing efficiency. But again, that centralized data, when you're looking at the costs for different distribution utilities, if it's coming from the same baseline, then those cost measures mean exactly the same thing. And the other thing that the uniform accounting system will provide you is making sure that when a company is reporting something as a distribution cost, they're not also reporting it as a transmission cost. And that's a big part of efficiency. One thing we've seen, especially in markets in the US, In the early days, companies trying to recover transmission costs and distribution costs 2 different ways. We don't want that to happen. And so when we're trying to keep overall costs as low as possible, making sure that companies are recovering those costs only from one mechanism is a big part of it. Next slide, please. So that there are different types of models available to us when we're getting into benchmarking. Again, what is the focus? Cost is typically a big focus, but we can also be looking at outage rates and losses and collection efficiency. Again, that question that I asked right off the bat, what are you trying to measure? How are you deciding this is what efficiency means? Frequently, yes, it's in terms of costs, but there are other metrics as well. Next slide, please. So, once we have data on a number of different countries, I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on these models, but if you want, we can address them in the questions, or you can always email me afterwards for more details. Ofwat, when they're looking at water distribution utilities in the UK, they basically built a model for costs. And every year they use this model and to determine, what is an efficient level of costs for our water utilities. Next slide, please. The Norwegian regulator has a model for all of the distribution utilities in Norway, and there are a lot of them. And so they built a benchmarking model for the Norwegian distribution utilities. And for those of you, again, who maybe build some of these models, if you're interested in the code, in the data that they use to build these models, I've put the link here in the presentation. You can download that, and they do have a guide for the model that they've translated to English. So, most of the work, yes, is in Norwegian, but they do have a guide that they've translated to English. And of course, they also have the R scripts and the data sets available, and those are already in English. So again, if you're interested in this, I urge you to check out the link. Next slide, please. So there are a lot of opportunities for regulators to have a role in influencing efficiency. But like I said, you have to start out by understanding, what are we trying to accomplish? What are our goals? What is going to improve the system overall for producers, for consumers, and for every element of the supply chain? If you don't have a clear, consistent understanding of those goals, it's impossible to come up with incentive mechanisms. Like I said, low costs, yeah, that's always a goal, but that's not the only aspect of service. Remember, if all you're doing is incentivizing lower costs, there are prudent ways to cut costs, but there are imprudent ways to cut costs too. You want to cut your meter reading expenses in half. Only read the meters every other month and send out estimated bills. But that has an impact on the customer experience, on the quality of service for customers. So while costs are important, yes, typically it's not the only thing that is important. So understand that there are mechanisms we can put in place to influence different aspects of service quality. Not only service quality that customer sees, outages, frequency of interruption, but what contributes to the overall system for transmission. How often are you curtailing different types of resources? So have that understanding. What are we trying to accomplish? And then we get to choosing the tools. And I didn't go into a lot of detail in the presentation. I was focusing mostly on making you aware of the tools. But as you get more into looking at them, you'll find that each one of these tools has its own strengths and weaknesses. So what's most important is taking the tools that have the strengths that you want and the weaknesses that you either don't care about or you can mitigate in some other way, and put them together to come up with a system that is going to incentivize behavior, that's going to accomplish the goals that you set out. But it all starts with the goals, having an understanding. Next slide, last slide, please. So, certainly At this point, I look forward to addressing any of your questions. If we don't get to your questions, or you think of something tomorrow or the day after or whatever else, you can always reach me at my email here, and I'd be happy to provide any more help. But at this point, I'd love to hear from you. What are the types of things that you're concerned with, and what are some of your areas of interest within this topic? Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Ted, for the presentation. For now, we'd like to give it to the audience first, if they do have any questions. So far, I haven't yet seen any hands that has been risen. So, is there any question from the floor? Okay, it looks like there is no question from the floor. Okay, but then I would like to have a question from my side. I would say what happens in South African landscape, especially on the generation side, whereby you have only one large entity, and there is no possibility of a market, even if there should be, but then there is less chance of having such markets. Then how do we drive efficiencies on that part?
Yep. Okay. So as I mentioned, I think the big challenge for the Southern African region is the fact that you have a dominant generator, and that's why I tried to caution during my presentation that there aren't any competitive markets for generation anywhere in the world. Even countries and regions that say they have them, they don't. So you can never, and I'll repeat that again, never with a capital N, you can never rely on the market to drive efficiency. All right, at least in my lifetime. Maybe in the future, we'll have a lot more distributed or smaller resources, and we may reach a point where, in certain regions, that there exists a situation where no generator knows that you need their power, but we don't have that right now. So you can't ever rely on the market to drive efficiency. It's always going to have to be the regulator. Always, always, always. So I'm sorry, I didn't have my. Okay. So you're never going to have the ability to rely on the market. So when we talk about, hey, what's the regulator's role? The regulator's always going to have a role in driving efficiency in generation. So I think it all starts, though, with what NERSA is doing with setting up the accounting system. That is going to be your primary your primary tool for looking at this. Now, it's true that in the first year or the second year, you're probably not going to have a large enough data set to start making decisions on how efficient is the generation sector. But just having those costs to begin with is a critical first step. You may not have all the data that you want today to start making comparisons, but if you don't start gathering the data today, you're never going to be able to make the comparisons. So starting out with reporting costs in a clear, consistent manner. So that first year, you're going to get the costs, and in the first year, you may not be able to make a lot of comparisons, but if you have an understanding of what is contained in those costs, you can start looking at it and saying, well, is that fuel cost really necessary for providing service? Is this particular maintenance expense or this particular operations expense, is this prudently incurred? Is this used and useful for providing service? So before you build up a large data set to make comparisons, you're going to rely more on the traditional regulatory tools of prudency, used and useful. Is this cost necessary to provide service? The types of things that regulators have been doing forever. But with the uniform system of accounts, you're going to have a much more transparent framework. You're going to have an understanding of, are these costs related to plants that are used to provide service, or are they obsolete plants that may not be used and useful for providing service? So in the early days, you're going to rely on prudency. You're going to rely on used and useful. Once you start building up the data set, now you can start making comparisons. Hey, fuel costs last year were this level. This year, fuel costs are up here. What's the reason? I mean, we understand that fuel prices are driven on global markets, so, they may fluctuate from year to year. But why? Why are fuel costs higher this time around? What are the types of operating efficiencies you're seeing in your generating units? And, when you see that operating efficiency suddenly decrease, the heat rate of that unit was, 11,000 last year, and this year it's 12,000. Why did the heat rate go up? Was that prudently incurred? Was that, used and useful for providing service? So you can start making some of those comparisons. And then as markets start to evolve, now you're starting to get a lot more information from other generators, not only in the region, but elsewhere in the continent. But that's not going to be for a couple of years. That's not going to be for 3 or 4 years. So you're not going to have those tools right away. But the important thing is, if you don't start gathering the data today, you're never going to be able to make those comparisons. So really, I think the most important step for NERSA in assessing the efficiency of all of the sectors is the fact that you're starting these data gathering efforts. That's the important part. So I hope that helps. But like I said, the role of regulator is never going to go away. It may transition, to more of a market monitor. So just a quick overview of how a market monitor would work. In the United States, you'll have a plant, and maybe you'll put your bids in for the next hour, and you're going to bid $45. You might get a call from the market monitor that says, hey, our models show that given your fuel costs and given your operating efficiency, your bid this hour should be only $40. You're bidding $45. That's kind of outside of our range of tolerance. What's going on? Why are you bidding more than what we show as your costs? And then you have to explain to the market monitor, why you're bidding more, or you have to make an adjustment to your bid. So they're not directly regulating it, but what they're doing is they're looking out for bids that seem like they've been inflated in some way. And again, it's still regulation. It's just a different type. But again, an open wholesale market is, further down the road. I think in the near term, you're going to rely on some of the benchmarking and the tools of prudency and used and useful.
Okay, thanks for that, Ted. For now, I see Mr. Ntlanta, the full-time regulator of electricity, has his hands raising up. I'll give him a chance. And I think you might have touched on one of the subjects that he likes mentioning, which is the data part. The collection of data, availability of data. I think that's something that you touched on, but then Mr. Ntlanta, you can take it us through.
Sure.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Ted. I will say good afternoon because afternoon our side. I know it's morning that side. Good to hear from you again. And yeah, I just have one question, Ted, which has got a number of tentacles, but I think it's a question that may well be in a number of people's minds. That in a merit order of dispatch, I'm now focusing in terms of efficiency in generation. In a merit order of dispatch kind of realm, does it really matter that all the generators might be owned by one player? That is, would it be incorrect for the regulator to then say, look, for each of the generators, if there are 30 generators and owned by this one player, each of those generators would actually have its own tariff with all of the issues that you may have raised to allow for comparisons in terms of hit rate and so forth, and also then to allow each to be able to incentivize each of those generators. So I guess what I'm asking here, I know we are emerging from a single player. There may be, then it became a single buyer. So in fact, the other market participants are not competing with it. So we actually have one player. So is the merit order of dispatch relying on having generators owned by other players, or even if it's owned by one player, it could be applied? Thanks.
Sure. So having all the generation owned by one stakeholder is going to be more of a challenge if you don't have the accounting system. It is, as you point out, it's less of a challenge once you are getting that cost reporting on a more granular level, because now you have a greater understanding of individual operating characteristics, O&M costs for different units, fuel costs for different units. And then what that basically does is it allows the regulator to basically build the generation stack, regardless of who owns the generation. So you know what the lowest priced units are, and then the next highest price and the next highest price. You can build your own generating stack, and then if the company isn't following that merit order, which would have the impact of driving up costs, you can now ask why. Now, the important thing to remember is that when we talk about least cost system dispatch, it is a constrained least cost. So there may be transmission constraints. There may be what we call reliability must run units to serve particular areas, or serve areas where maybe you don't have the transmission infrastructure in place. So you can't simply stack up the units from low cost to high cost and say, this is how we have to dispatch them, because there may be engineering concerns. There may be, let's say some units might ramp slower or faster than others, and that has consequences for operations. But if you haven't been gathering the data, if you don't know about those units, you can't ask those questions in the first place. You're kind of just taking the company's word that, we dispatched the system in the least cost manner, because you didn't have the data. Once you have the data on the individual units, on the O&M costs, on the heat rate curves, now you can start to, maybe you're not dispatching the system for the company. That's still probably their job, but you can ask questions, and those questions can get into those prudency concerns that I talked about, the used and useful concerns that I talked about. But again, without the information, you can't do those types of things. So that's why it's so important to have the framework in place for gathering the data, because it's going to allow you to ask a lot better questions. So again, to circle back to your question, I think that having all the generation owned by one company is more of a concern if you don't have cost transparency. But I think once you have cost transparency, it's not as much of a concern. I mean, we have a number of regions in the United States where a lot of the generation is owned by one or two big companies. And actually, if you download if you read some of the reports that I provided for the market monitor in PJM, you'll actually see how they deal with the concentration of generation for certain companies and regions. In fact, we just had an instance yesterday where the PJM market operator said, hey, we're having some problems with these two very large units owned by one company. And they actually pointed out some issues, and the company is a dominant provider in that region, but having that individual data makes it a lot easier for the regulator to figure out, what's efficient. So this framework you're putting in place, I think I would have fewer concerns over a dominant generator. Thanks for the question. Great question, by the way.
Okay, thanks, Ted. During your presentations, you talked about uniform of accounts. Could you kindly share some insights on establishing a uniform system on regulatory accounts?
Sure. The first thing I'll caution you is don't put out an RFP for a consultant. I see lots of countries want to establish a uniform system of accounts. That's the first thing I see them do. I should have, but I didn't put the link in my presentation. I will send a link to the uniform system of accounts for the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission in the United States. And by the way, that system of accounts is used beyond the US. The Philippines uses it. Nigeria uses it. And I'm not going to send it to you because I think, you should adopt the uniform system of accounts for the United States. No, but it is a transparent, freely available accounting system that, you can look at and say, okay, well, this applies to us. This doesn't apply to us. We wouldn't define costs quite in the same way, and you can make some changes. It's always easier to edit a document that somebody else has written rather than try to come up with it yourself from scratch. But I'll tell you what, if you put out an RFP for a consultant, you're going to get somebody that's come up to you and say, hey, yeah, I can put together a uniform system of accounts for you for $50,000. And you know what they're going to do? They're going to download the FERC uniform system of accounts. They're going to do a find and replace. They're going to replace United States of America with South Africa, and they're going to turn that over to you. And I don't want that to happen. That's just a waste of resources. So, getting different stakeholders together. When Thailand set up a uniform system of accounts for electricity and for gas, they actually started with the FERC uniform system of accounts, and then the stakeholders got together. So they have two major utilities in Thailand. They have the regulator in Thailand, and they have some independent power producers. And all these folks actually got together with a copy of the system of accounts, and they made edits to it. And, they took out some things. So Thailand doesn't have nuclear power plants, for example. So they get rid of the whole section on nuclear power because that doesn't apply to them. They had to change some cost definitions. They had to make some other adjustments. But they basically edited a FERC uniform system of accounts and then put all their edits into a single document. And, in about a month, they had a uniform system of accounts for electric utilities and for gas utilities in Thailand. And I thought that was a very sensible way to approach this is, take something that somebody else is already using, modify it for your own particular needs, your own particular laws. To me, it's a lot more efficient. So I guess I'm not going to say, don't hire a consultant, but I don't think that's the efficient outcome. I think that, I've worked with NERSA quite a bit, and you guys are, you're certainly smart enough, professional enough, capable enough, to take a system of accounts that's utilized somewhere else, modify it to your own needs. Kenya is another one that they started with the FERC system of accounts and modified it to their own needs. And I think that's a much stronger approach overall. And I'm sorry I didn't put the link in my presentation, but I will send it along.
Okay, thanks for that. There's a question on the chat which talks, how do utilities deal with non-technical losses, typically from an incentives or penalty perspective?
Yeah, the most typical mechanism is, the regulator sets a target, and you either set that through benchmarking, so the company itself over time, or if you have information on other utilities in the region, you can use that as well. But typically the regulator is setting targets, and then if the company is doing better than the target, so their losses end up being less than the target, then they get a bonus. Basically an additional amount that's added to the revenue requirement. And but like I said, you have to be ready to explain to folks, hey, why did the company get the bonus? And similarly, if their losses end up being greater than the target that the regulator sets, there's a penalty to their revenue requirement. But again, have to be able to explain to customers, where is the value for them? Why is it important to reduce losses? Because, if the company's getting the bonus, the customers are paying for it, and the customers have to see that value proposition. But that is that's pretty much the way everybody handles loss incentives. Regulator sets a target, benchmarking in some way, and then if a company beats the target, their losses are less than the target, then there's some kind of reward.
Okay, thanks for that. I see a hand from Mr. Sam. Mr. Sam, you can take us through.
Thank you. My question is on the regulatory system of accounts. Firstly, I've noted that it records actual data. So in a sense, when you're applying for a tariff, at a certain point, the data that's recorded is historical data. So when you are using that data for a forecast period, there may be issues, particularly on the evidence to provide to justify those numbers. I've seen that in some hearings, there's a lot of evidence that's provided together with that data. So my question is twofold. At the end of the period, what does the regulatory audit, or ideally, or in your experience, who's involved in auditing that data that was provided? And the data that is submitted together with the tariff, it's a lot of data. So is there a point where you penalize for wild forecasts, or it's purely a case of clawing back over ambitious forecasts in your experience? I think I will just stop there. Thanks.
Sure. Thank you. Yeah, great question. So when you're providing cost data through a regulatory accounting system, so the Uniform System of Accounts, it's important to note that regulatory accounting systems may not be exactly the same as financial accounting systems. All right. So typically, if a company is being audited by, let's say, an outside accounting firm, all right, what they're doing is making sure that the company's costs and their cost reporting conforms to financial accounting standards, which may not be the same as regulatory accounting standards. So if you look at, let's say, a balance sheet for a utility in the US, the balance sheet that they give to the federal financial regulator that follows financial accounting, and the balance sheet that they're giving to the energy regulator that follows regulatory accounting, those balance sheets are sometimes different. So you can rely to an extent on the company's outside auditors for certain things, but because they're looking for different things than a regulator typically is, It's up to the regulator to make sure that the data the company is providing is conforming to the regulatory accounting system. Now, as I talked about, the first year, that's going to be difficult because you don't have anything to compare it to, or you have very little to compare it to. But it will get easier as time goes by. So I understand it's frustrating. The first year, you may not be able to do everything that you want to with the data. But if you don't start collecting the data, then you're never going to be able to do it. So in that case, I have to preach a little bit of patience. Now, getting into your question about in rate making, we talk about that as the difference between using a historical test year and a projected or a future test year. And then in some jurisdictions, you use a combination of history and a combination of projections. I think when you have a regulatory accounting system in place, your best baseline is going to be history. And if the utility is not growing or shrinking by a significant amount, then that historical test year is not that bad for setting prices going forward. However, if the company is making significant new investments, there may be some element of those new investments in the you want to reflect those in future rates. But if the timing of those investments is uncertain, let's say the company says, well, I may be investing this money in the next year, but you think maybe they will, maybe they won't. What is typically done internationally is you establish a rider. So here in Florida, when one of our utilities was going to be making some major new investments, they were repowering some power plants. What the regulator did was say, look, we're not going to put those costs in prices today. But look, as you reach certain milestones in your repowering, we will then allow you to recover some of those costs once you've achieved the milestones. That way you get away from the whole question of, well, what if the company's forecast isn't accurate? They don't start recovering the costs until they've actually made the investment, or until that plant has become used and useful, or, the investment is actually providing service for the people. So I think that your best bet is don't rely on the forecasts, because the only thing we know about forecasts in this business is that they're wrong. We just don't know how wrong they're going to be. So, tying some of those future investments to a rider may make it a little bit easier for you to mitigate the impact of some of those forecasted realities not actually coming true.
Okay, thanks for that, Ted. There is a question on the chat as well. I think this was more related to when you're talking about transmission, to say that could benchmarking regionally for services that are monopolies, are there any jurisdictions that are keen to share this information?
Yeah, so right now, when you're looking at data for transmission companies, you're really only going to have data out there for the US, for the UK, for Australia. If you're interested in this particularly, drop me an email and I'll send you links to some of that data. But as I mentioned, as the East African Power Pool hits phase 2, you're going to start having all of that information freely available for all of the 15 transmission companies in the ECOWAS region. As the East African Power Pool goes liquid, probably 2 years from now, you're going to have all that information available for the transmission companies in East Africa. And again, I realize that that's not, right now, but you also don't have the data yet. You're establishing the system of accounts, but that hasn't been populated yet. Yeah, I mean, once the West African Power Pool goes liquid, all the information on all the transmission companies in West Africa is going to be freely and publicly available to anybody that's interested in downloading it. So I only pulled one data table out of the uniform transmission tariff. If you actually look at that transmission tariff, and again, I didn't include a link to it, but if you send me an email, I'll send you the transmission tariff. You'll see that there are lots of data tables in there that will be populated once all that information is gathered for the 15 different transmission companies. So yes, it's going to be freely available and publicly available. Anybody's going to be able to download it and see what transmission costs, transmission losses, all of that is for the 15 transmission companies in West Africa. Or in ECOWAS, sorry.
Okay, Ted, and during the presentation, there was a mention about the usage of volumes for traders in terms of incentivizing them. The question is why, and then what is the better option incentivizing traders?
Yeah, so we don't want, the early thoughts on volume was, hey, if you're paying a bunch of people to sit in a room with computer monitors and everything else, what do you want them to do? You want them to buy and sell electricity, right? But what a big problem in the California power crisis was what we call wash trades, where basically traders were conspiring with other traders to just buy and sell electricity that had no financial impact. It added absolutely nothing to the market. All it did was made it look like you were buying and selling a lot of power. And actually what ended up happening is the system started reading those things as transmission constraints. And so, again, I'm not going to go into the whole California power crisis. Again, if you want some of the information on the investigation that was done in the California power crisis, drop me an email and I'll send you the link where you can see everything that the regulator figured out. I think a much better incentive is as I said, are they providing liquidity in the market? So, looking at where they're buying, looking at where they're selling, and taking a look at, that information when they are, you want to make sure that, from a trader standpoint, that they're adding value, that their presence in the market is making the market overall, more efficient. Are they buying at a time when nobody else would be buying? And so, some of that power would be curtailed. Are they selling at a time when nobody else is selling? So that's allowing the price to be a little bit lower. What types of resources are they engaged in? I think that's a much better incentive for the traders, focusing on the margins. And again, for more details, go to the Market Monitor report for PJM. You can see how they evaluate traders as well. But volume we know volume is bad.
Okay, thanks for that, Ted. I've taken some few notes and also the link that I need to send to you to get more information. And also, I think we need to speak more on the system uniform accounts, because that is something that we'll also be interested in the future, and as well as to check the other countries, how do they set the targets for the non-technical losses, and also their benchmarks as well. So thanks for honoring the invite, and also for everything that you've done. Thanks.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. This is great. And like I said, any questions, please feel free to reach out to my email. And thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Ted. Very, very, very insightful conversation. I think I have taken so much notes, and I think you've put us well on our way, right? Because you're giving us templates, we will download and we will continue. So thank you so much for that. Thank you, Mr. Hopper, for facilitating the conversation, and really making this connection for us, because I think we appreciate your, Mr. Corey. We appreciate your willingness to further assist and just be a resource to us, and that is invaluable. So thank you so much. We will now be moving. We will take a comfort break. Let's make it a 10-minute break before we move on to our last session for the day, where we start talking about how all of this culminates and how it affects the end user price and those particular build-ups. And I'm sure, Ted, you'll be interested to stick around for that conversation as well. So let's just take that 10-minute break, comfort break, grab your last coffee, and then we will resume at 15:15. Thanks, colleagues. Good afternoon, everyone. We are here now for our last session. So our moderator is already on the floor. Here we are really going to be talking about the price discovery. So how does everything that we've spoken about culminate into what the customer sees on their bill? Our moderator for this session is Mr. Samuel Kotora. Mr. Kotora is a chartered management accountant and holds an honors in economics and a master's in development finance. He is a regulatory specialist in the pipe gas division within NASA, and he's been with NASA since 2012. Mr. Kotora is well versed in implementing various regulatory tools such as pricing methodologies, auditing, and regulated entities. As well as revenue requirements, tariff designs, and compliance monitoring. I will hand over to you, Mr. Kotora, to help us have this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bui, and good afternoon, colleagues. This afternoon will be is the cream of the discussion now, where we talk of how the rate making is done or is implemented after having discussed all the cost reflective processes. We understand there's a revenue requirement that was discussed earlier in the morning. Now we are at the peak. We now know the cost involved. How do these translate into what the consumer pays? And to assist us in the first discussion will be Dr. Leonardo. I'm sorry, I cannot pronounce your surname. I'll stick to Dr. Leonardo. He has over 30 years experience as a partner at Solutions Economics. He has co-authored Principles of Utilities Corporate Finance, which was published in 2011 by PER. So welcome, Doc, and we look forward to listening to the discussion.
Good afternoon, everyone. And if you think you wish to know how to pronounce my last name in true Italian, is Cecchino. But whatever everyone can do, I don't mind. You can just tell me Leo or Leonardo. Okay, so I'm going to be talking about the build-up of consumer prices and other topics, and how consumer prices get built up from the different set of prices in the industry, right? And so I'm going to be using a small presentation I prepared, and let me know if you can see it, because I can see it myself, but I'm not sure.
Yes, we can see it. We can see it, Dr. Cecchino.
Okay. So let's get going. So I have done 2 other presentations in the last year, 2 different webinars like this. And so I introduced this list of the issues when you conduct a rate case and what is required, to calculate tariffs. And if you're familiar with the list, I'm not going to go through the list again, but when we look at building up prices, the questions that arise are, 1 and 6. Is the data that you use accurate, complete? Does the data conform to a uniform system of accounts? And then on number 6, what method is being used and what are the goals in tariff design? And I just wanted to start with a couple of examples. And sorry about the first example that you'll see is in Spanish, but it's
sorry, Leo. Sorry. I'm so sorry to disturb you. I think you're sharing. It's giving us your split screen.
Okay.
I wonder
let me try to fix that.
Yeah.
What about now? Sorry about that.
100%. Thank you.
That's a problem when you have it set up with 4 different screens. And I thought I chose the right one, but I didn't. Sorry about that. And so, although it's in Spanish, there are 2 charges: fixed charge, variable charge. This is like the easiest bill that the consumer can receive, but it's the bill that is not going to have much information for the customer, and the customer cannot see much of price signals here other than the fixed charge, right? So if you're a customer and you are concerned about how much you're spending in your bill, you don't know how much of the bill comes from generation, you don't know how much comes from transmission, you don't know how much comes from distribution. It's all one charge, right? And they pay a fixed charge. In this example is 61. And then they pay a variable charge that, if you look, is 11.78 per kilowatt hour. And this is in Argentina pesos. We don't care about the currency, and no need to translate to rand. Let me tell you, it's very cheap. It's highly subsidized there. But there is not much of economic signals, and there's not much information for customers. So if we go to the next bill instead, and this is Pepco in Maryland, in the US, you see here a lot of different lines. And, for some customers, it might look like overwhelming, right? And so you have 2 parts. On the one hand, and I'm showing with my mouse, the distribution services and what the distributor charge. And of course, there's a lot of different lines because in the state of Maryland, it's, the Democrats, they have like 92%, Republicans only 8%, and Democrats in this state, they are very liberal, what they call here. And so they're concerned about the environment. And so from time to time, they come with a new idea of how to tax consumers to improve the environment. And so they put another charge. And so you see why there are so many charges. But what is most important is their energy charge, right? You see that that's the biggest one, 8 cents per kilowatt in US dollars, right? 8.14. And then the rest are different taxes or charges that add up to it. And then, there's also a customer charge at the beginning, which is the fixed part, $8.22 per month. That's on the distribution side. On the transmission side, you'll see that they have an energy charge that include the transmission, right? And then on the part of generation, you have an energy charge and a procurement cost adjustment, the cost of procurement. And the feature of this market in the US is that as a customer, you can contract with different companies. You can contract directly with the utility, in this case, Pepco, or you can contract with a bunch of other retailers. And if it's a different retailer, the price will be different, right? And it will be shown here. So the utility Pepco collects the energy charge, but then passes through that energy charge to whoever is the retailer in that case. And so you see in this case that there's a lot more information. Maybe for the industrial customer is a good source of information. For some residential customers, maybe a little overwhelming, but you'll see how different the information on tariffs can be in a bill to a customer. Now, next, I'm going to do a quick summary of what entails within the tariff setting process, and I'm just using a bunch of slides that I used before. There are 5 steps in calculating tariffs for each regulated company. And I'm not going to delve much time on this because I already spoke about this in the past. Just to give a background to everyone listening today. NERSA has also the 5-step based methodology. And so this is the slide that NERSA uses and comes from the document Pricing for Stability Consultation on the Electricity Industry New Price Determination Methodology of August 2022. And from the point of view of the segments involved, typically you have distribution, transmission, and generation. Some markets has retailing separate. And in terms of the 5-step procedures, you have 4 of the steps here where you have functionalization, where you separate between the different segments. Classification, where you look into fixed, variable, customer costs. Allocation, where each of these costs get allocated to different types of customers. And then you go into the next 2 steps where you do rate design and you calculate rates for different customer classes. In the example here, I put residential, commercial, and industrial, but within them, you might have other type of customers and different classes within each type. So before tackling the actual calculation, you always have to remember that it's more important to determine first the size of the pie before slicing it. What that means is that the revenue requirement is very important. So you first set the revenue requirement. Then you look at how you use the revenue requirement and you slice it up in order to the different customer classes and you calculate the prices. And so first you debate about the size, then you determine who pays next. Now, any tariff method will get you to a desired result. In this case, cost reflective tariffs, right? And the thing is that you many times you hear this is the best method. And I always say, don't believe that. And why is that? Because, you get people coming from other places saying, this works great in this other place. And what works in that other place might not work in South Africa. And so you need to adapt. And a good example was when Mexico opened the natural gas market. They hired a consultant, Price Waterhouse at that time. And they said, oh, we have this great method that's being used in the UK. And they just copied the UK regulation, and it didn't work. So they had to hire someone, in that case was B, to fix it and rewrite the regulations in order to make it work. Now, another tenet that you need to remember is easy to create a subsidy. It's very difficult to get rid of it. And one example I have is in the Caribbean. They have the air conditioning subsidy. And so they subsidize in some of these countries the first 700 or 500 kilowatt hours. And it was so cheap that people got accustomed to sleep with the AC on at night and put a couple blankets on top. And so very inefficient use of electricity. And that's how they sleep there now. Now, the final tenet is, have you met someone that does not claim to be an expert on tariff design? It's funny, but when people have to, in different countries or jurisdiction, they get together, okay, let's redo the tariffs. Let's try to figure out how to make them. Let's apply these principles and all that. And then everyone has an opinion on it. Everyone knows how to make tariffs. It looks like everyone is an expert. But the trick to it is that, yeah, everyone can have ideas, but the thing is how you justify those ideas to get to a result. And the key word is objectivity. You try to do as many decisions that are objective and try to avoid making subjective decisions. So how do you build up prices? You always try to adopt objective rules. That way you don't have discretion involved. The least amount of discretion, the better. Now, the rates that are calculated can only guarantee recovery for utilities if they have used a set of relevant information. If the information provided is not good, or something got calculated with a wrong data set or premises that were incorrect, it would be difficult for the utility to recover through a specific rate what was supposed to be recovered. And so that's why I said if you don't have the adequate data, you basically are guessing. So what you need to do to avoid over or under recovery, because you might set a rate for a specific customer class and think that you are going to recover a certain amount, and you might collect more or you might collect less. You want to avoid those two situations. You try to be as close as possible to what was expected. And so I recommended in the past year 4 different set of studies or procedures that need to be developed. Load studies, set of regulatory accounts, a set of applicable formula models with objective rules, and methods for cost allocation. And so on number 3 is what I'm discussing today. And so in terms of rate design, you want to have objective rules. And here is an example. If you have to allocate fixed cost, you can divide that by a measure of peak demand. And then you divide by 12 to reflect monthly rates. This is just 2 lines of a procedure that is very simple, right? And helps you in terms of whatever you're trying to price to get a good price signal for your fixed charge. Another one, if you're looking at variable cost, you said, okay, let's divide variable cost by the annual usage in order to get a rate to charge for each kilowatt hour. Again, 2 lines, very simple, objective. You have a set of allocated costs for variable charges for a specific customer class, and you use data on usage in order to get kilowatt hours, a price per kilowatt hour. A third one, customer costs are allocated to each type of customer using an equivalent users method and divided by the number of customers. Okay, the equivalent users method I discussed in my previous presentation earlier in the year. So if you want to know about it, there is copies, and you probably can ask NERSA if you were not there. And I don't want to spend a lot of time because I only have a limited time for the presentation. And so in this case, what you do is you have a specific method to look at the specific customer cost and how to get a price for each customer within that customer class. Then what you do, the final steps, is you calculate all these different charges, and then you might add charges for each category of cost, because if you calculate the charge for distribution, another one for transmission, and another one for generation, and you have different kilowatt hour charges, in the bill, you might present all those 3 separate, or you might add them up. And so you might do both. You might have that you have 3 lines to show how much is for each one of those segments, and then you have a 4th line adding them up. That will be based on how you decide to show rates to the customers. And then the final and most important step is to do a revenue requirement check, because you calculate the revenue requirement first, then you set the rates. But then you need to simulate what those rates they're gonna collect, and see if that utility is gonna be able to recoup the revenue requirement. And so that's what I call the revenue requirement check. It's a step where once you have the rates, you look at what the rates are, what the expected usage of the system, how many customers are expected to be connected and pay their bills, et cetera, and how much of the revenue requirement with that calculation is done. Why is this important? Just an example. In the UK, when British Gas, that then was called Transco, calculated the rates, the regulator told them, oh, you need to use marginal cost pricing. And so they did marginal cost pricing, and after obtaining the marginal costs and calculating the rates, when you did the revenue check, the rates only were able to recoup 2% of the costs. 98% of the costs were not able to recoup through those rates, so they had to do additional adjustments. And my first thought, I told them at the time, I'm talking about a few decades ago, I told them, look, what is the point of using marginal cost pricing if you're only calculating prices for 2% of your revenue requirement? And for the other 98%, you need to come up with procedural rules. Maybe your pricing methodology is not the correct one. So there's a bunch of topics also to be discussed, and one of them is the merit order dispatch. So let me go through that. And so if you calculate cost-reflective tariffs, a price to a specific customer is the sum of different prices calculated for each segment of the industry. So if we're looking at the residential customer, you are adding generation to transmission to distribution, and if there is retailing, also retailing. Now, for a specific power plant, you might calculate a set of prices per kilowatt hour and per kilowatt at a specific location. But for this residential customer, that information might not be relevant directly, right? They're going to be buying power from a distributor or a retailer or a third party, but not necessarily from a generator, right? So the unit bought that for a residential customer includes a number of other services. And so a company buys electricity on behalf of them and then resells to them a service that include other issues like reliability, transmission, et cetera, et cetera. And so you have to identify all the costs that are relevant for that customer, but the generation price is still, or set of prices, is still one component for that final price to the customer. So there are different methods of how to do this, how to allocate all these related costs to all the different customer classes, and how specific prices can be calculated. And, I say, look at the PEPCO invoice, because that's a good example. If you don't make a choice in Maryland to buy from a separate retailer, then you buy from the utility that provides electricity services to you, and you get the price, the regulated price. Okay, and that's what the bill I show you is showing. But if you buy from a third party, then you get directly the price that you as a customer agreed to with that third party. Now, balancing services. How does all this go into customers, into bill? And so first, we need to remember that there are two different services you get from electricity transmission: system reliability and access to economic generation, right? And it's difficult to separate the two of them. Sometimes they go hand to hand. And for customers, it's good to access to a greater set of generators. That might reduce cost and improve reliability. And also, an improvement in reliability gives utilities the possibility to rely on other generators to meet local demand from their customers. And so the issue is that reliability is typically a public good, right? What one party does in the system benefits everyone. If the system is more reliable because party X did something to connect and they did some additional investment, everyone benefits. And so that's where non-exclusivity and non-rivalry attributes enter into the equation. Non-exclusivity because the reliability for one is reliability for all. Everyone benefits. Non-rivalry because a decision by one generation may have good or bad impacts on the rest of the people accessing the system. And so that needs to be taken into account when you're looking at pricing transmission. And then reliability has two main attributes: system security and resource adequacy. And so in terms of security, can your system respond to changes in demand at the moment in real time? If the answer is yes, then you have done a good job in terms of system security. And in terms of resource adequacy, do you have enough generation to meet demand in the long run? And I know that's an issue in South Africa, but typically that is tied up with pricing signals. When you develop a wholesale market, you try to incorporate pricing signals that allow investors to plow money into the system and get a return on those investments, and that way you have more generation available and better resource adequacy. Now, there are 6 goals on transmission pricing. This is a list. 1, 2, and 3 has to do with economic efficiency. 4 and 6 has to do with equity issues. I don't want to go over my time, so these are the 6 goals. I consider that this is more important, and I'm going to focus a little more on this. Pricing methods, there are many methods for transmission, and you might look into the contract path, you might look into the physical path, or you might look into the financial path, right? And so contract path, you have generation A, customer B, and so they sign a contract for transmission loading relief, and that's one way to look at how to calculate prices. Another way you can do it is you look at the physical path, and we know that in a transmission system you have Kirchhoff's laws, and electricity goes everywhere, all over the place. That's very difficult, and it's very rare that pricing is done that way. But there are some additional instruments that can be added, like entry-exit or financial transmission rights, in order to make it more simple. And then finally, point-to-point, which is the financial path, where many systems, like in Latin America, they do pricing at different locations, locational pricing, and then you have from location A to location B, you can have a point-to-point price, and then customers can sign contract directly or use the price calculated for the regulated price to obtain a price for that point-to-point. And so again, you might have good signals, and this will be part of one of the segments, but there are many different ways to do it. I'm just giving you a summary of the different ways to do it. Now, for balancing services, there's a growing share of renewable energies. That creates a lot of issues. I know politicians are very keen into saying, oh, we need to go fully renewable, which is very difficult to do. Engineers will tell you, oh, that will be physically impossible today, maybe in the future. But they set goals. Oh, let's do 20%, let's do 30%. And that creates some problems in the transmission. I'm not an engineer, but engineers will tell you. And so Germany, for instance, for this, they have 3 different services. I put here a list of the services they use. Every year you hear talk about, oh, if we do energy storage systems, we'll fix some of these problems. So every year I hear that, but the technology is still not there. And then the final thought here is when a market is not present, then prices are calculated as regulated rates. It's very nice to talk about, oh, you can have a transmission market where you do like the Germans or the US, yeah, but you might not be there yet, and so you might just need a regulated rate. Now, in terms of calculating the regulatory charges, most jurisdictions adopt a formula and a method, right? And so that's published, and typically it's done after the fact, right? They might contract a fixed price with an adjustment, or they might contract for just an adjustment. And so after the fact, like in England and Wales, they do a balancing services use of system charges that has 6 different components of costs, and they look at what the costs were for the year, and then they calculate the rate, and then they charge that to the customers. So it's done afterwards. Now, the final topic is legacy contracts, right? So you have a bunch of contracts that are in place. You are trying to do cost-reflective tariffs. What do you do with those legacy contracts, right? So the first basic question is, are they needed? Because sometimes you have 2 parties sign a contract, and the contract is in place, and now you implement changes, and the two parties might sit and say, hey, look, for me, this contract makes no sense anymore. And the other party will say, oh, for me either. And so the easiest way is they let the contract go. They just, terminate the contract. But let's say that for that is problem solved, but not for all contracts. So let's go with the contract that the parties still want in place. And so you analyze them one by one and see how it gets impacted by the calculation. And depends. This will depend on what type of wholesale electricity market South Africa adopts. If you adopt locational pricing, you will look in a certain way. If you adopt just one price, you look at it a different way. Okay, so that all depends on what the wholesale electricity market is. And so market design dictates what will happen to those contracts. And so an example I want to talk about is what happened in the US and other countries like Spain, right? Where they adopted a wholesale market and they created a gap in the existing contracts. A utility in Spain had a contract with customers, but now the prices were very different from what they charge. And so there was a gap between the price they will get in the open wholesale market and the price they will charge to the customer. So what the regulators there did was to adopt a competition transition charge. And it had the same name in the US and in Spain, right? And so they got that charge to compensate utilities for the losses from that gap. Now, in Mexico, the market was also it was changed, right? They adopted the changes, and I happened to work in that process. And when we were first working on that, I used to work with an economist that she passed away, Sally Hunt. She worked in the UK, and she was the team manager of the economists that were working on this. And she was very concerned about that, right? And I remember I told Sally, yes?
Suddenly, we are running, I think you have your clock. May you?
Yeah, I run out. So let me finish this anecdote and I'm done. And so Sally was very concerned about the CTCs, how we do CTCs in Mexico. And I told Sally, I was young at the time. It's like, it's a state-owned company. If there is a gap, you just take an accounting loss and that's it. Problem solved. And she didn't listen to me. And then we continue. A couple months passed, and then a famous economist came to help. And she asked a question, and we were having dinner, and the guy gave the same answer. And I look at Sally, and she's like, I know, don't tell me you were right. We don't need to impose a CTC. So with that, I finished. Sorry that I ran out, I think 5 or 6 minutes. But it were many, many topics. So back to you guys.
No, thank you. I think we'll come back to questions a bit later. We want to invite Mr. Penas to come and Mr. Mtota to give his presentation. Whilst he's getting ready, there are issues you raised, particularly when you said when a subsidy is introduced, it's hard to let go of it. And given the spirit we are in today, where we want a cost-reflective tariffs, cost-reflective rates, is there a way of allocate or determining the costs that will be directly attributable to those that get the subsidy? So the question is really, I think it's aligned to the rate design you were talking about. So maybe it is that equivalent you were talking about, but it's a question we would want you maybe to just elaborate on when you come back. For now, we'll take Mr. Mtota's presentation. He has another engagement, and he has asked that he come in so that we don't lose part of the experience he has to share with us as he's explaining the Namibian case study. He's the General Manager for Economic Regulation with the Electricity Control Board. So I will not go much into the introduction, Mr. Mtota. I know the time is not on your side. You may already dive in, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Gotora. I trust that you can hear me and that you can see my slides.
Yes.
Thank you very much. A very good afternoon to all the listeners and the participants on this webinar. Again, it is a great pleasure to engage with all of you and just share some of our experiences, as we will always say that we are also learning from your side when you are actually having this type of webinar. So we would like to encourage you to proceed and continue with these learning exercises. Our case study is what we know and what we have actually implemented. It might not be the correct or perhaps not the entirely correct, but I think all what is important is that we should be able to move, to put theory into practice. And I specifically also like the way the topic is set up. It says practical application of tariff setting theory. So what we have is that on our side, if I can then just proceed, first and foremost, it's the ECB mandate. It is mainly similar to what NESA is doing. We are an electricity regulator. Of course, we are set up through an act of parliament. These items you can go through on your own. We will share the presentations, of course. And this is basically what we do: licensing, economic regulations, and technical regulations. On the economic regulations, that is where we do tariff settings and approval.
Mr.
Yes.
Mtata, sorry to disturb you, but we can't see your presentation.
We can. I can see it from my side. Mr. Kotora, maybe it's your network.
I can see it. It's it's the FTRM, Mr. Gumede. Who
Oh,
can see.
sorry.
Yes,
I can see it
No,
as
no,
well.
it's fine. If you can see it, it's fine.
Yeah,
It's fine.
I see it.
couldn't
I
see
see it as well here in Denmark.
Okay, can I proceed? Can you just confirm that you can see where it says core regulatory areas?
Yes, we can see the core regulatory areas that are on the slide. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you. That is just some key statistics about Namibia. Small country, 2.4, 2.5 million, but very large in space. 823 square kilometers, 23,000 square kilometers. But perhaps what is important is just to go into the discussions with regard to the modified single buyer and its relation in terms of where does the distributor fit into when we are unbundling the market, when we unbundle the market, and how did we come about unbundling the tariff? So the role of the distributors, our market has always been a single buyer market model, and it is fairly similar to what you have in South Africa. We have a generator in Nampower, and Nampower also does a single buyer, was a single buyer of electricity. They will buy from IPPs and then they will also import, and this is done by Nampower. Nampower will transmit, and then they will sell mainly to the regional electricity distributors and local authorities who are the municipalities. We also came from an area where distribution of electricity was done by the municipalities, but a majority of the municipalities were consolidated and they form what we call regional electricity distributors. Nampower also then sells to the transmission connected customers. These are mainly mines. So Nampower does not involve themselves in the distribution of electricity. So we have Nampower generation, transmission, and that's where they end. They have a smaller portion of distribution, but the majority of distribution is done by the REITs and the municipality. So when we're speaking of the unbundling and where we modified the single buyer, what we are saying is that the modified single buyer is just a market platform that allows consumers, including distributors and private generators, to transact directly. So what it does allow is that distributors, the local authorities or the municipalities and the REITs are now allowed to buy some of their electricity from IPPs. This is now in addition to the mines when the market was open. You will see in the next slide how we then classify those entities. Those are contestable customers. I think the previous speaker, Leonardo, mentioned that this type of setups and maybe methodologies will be specific to a specific or to a particular market. So in terms of the MSB, what it is unique is that it draws on global best practices, but it is also been designed for Namibia. So what it means is that when you are designing this market, you must also look at your own circumstances and see how then the market will, what works for you. So what works for us is that we then said these contestable customers are allowed to buy up to 30% of their energy from IPPs from anywhere in the country. So it doesn't need to be embedded. It can be, as long as that IPP is connected to the network, either at a distribution level, either at a transmission level, either behind the meter, then that IPP can transact with any of those contestable customers. But the unique part in terms of when we are talking of distribution, the role of distribution in the modified single buyer is that also some of the distribution connected customers are also contestable customers, meaning that they can also then buy part of their electricity from IPPs anywhere in the country. So that is now where you see that the market is becoming a bit more complex when you look at it. And that's why the unbundling is necessary. Why do we need the modified single buy? Why did we then decide on the modified single buy? Basically, we wanted to allow more new local generation to address issues of monopoly, single buy model. Why we wanted to address it? We know that, of course, there could be some issues regarding slow decision-making process and so forth. But most importantly, what we wanted to do is that we wanted to support efficient competition, which will ideally lower tariffs, so that when there's competition, then at least then the efficiency in the market is then will then come through. I will not go through all the other items. I think it is important that we then look at the specific issues that are part of the discussions. Why we are changing policy driver, as I've mentioned, that there was also a policy drive initiative that we must look at this market so that we can allow private sector participation. But from bottom up, we saw that there was a high and incorrect tariff in combination with low-cost new technologies that were making it easy for customers to reduce their electricity purchases. So these things were already happening in the market. So even if we then have decided not to do anything, the market was already moving on its own. So we needed to also change as a regulator. We needed also to accommodate the market with the new changes that are happening. If we have then stayed, do nothing, you will see here that doing nothing will then lead to a death spiral of most of our utilities. And those customers that cannot afford alternatives will remain on the network. Their average tariffs will continue going up. And that's why we came up with the modified single buy. But I don't want to delve more into the modified single buy. Here, I just wanted to indicate that the role of the distributor. Now, when we then did the modified single buy, is that these IPPs here, you see the red line, the red block, are then allowed to export. They're allowed to sell to these customer categories or group of customers, which we then refer to as contestable customers. Who are the contestable customers? It's all transmission connected customers and distribution connected customers connected at 1 MVA and above. So you will see that a local authority or a RED can then buy its power from an IPP. A distribution connected customer can also buy its power from an IPP. So with this, with these arrangements, there are also some inherent, perhaps, risks and the activities that must also then be looked at, so that the consumers still pay for what it is that they are using on the system. If you are still using the distribution network and you are buying or generating your own power and only relies on the distribution network, you must pay for it. If you are relying on a distribution network, you must also then, by implication, you also then rely on a transmission network. Then you also then benefit from, Leonardo was mentioning the reliability issues. You are also benefiting for that. Then if you have not unbundled your tariff, then there is a possibility that these customers can actually escape some of these costs and therefore will then be subsidized, and we might be not having a balanced market. So before we go to the unbundling part, it is important that you have standardized data. We were speaking also, Leonardo was speaking of a uniform system of accounts. What I've noted is that sometimes these things are then spoken, but we probably already have them. It's just that we maybe have a different name for it, but it is the system as regulators that we are already having. The question is that, are we then implementing these ones? So just to give you a bit of background in terms of what methodology are we using, because then the methodology issue was also then brought up, which methodology will work for unbundling. In my view, any methodology will probably be able to work. However, it is just important that you classify costs so that each activity is costed on its own. And once you have that revenue requirement sorted out, and then you have specific cost components, specifically dealing with that cost in terms of whether it's fixed or variable, then I think you are close to where you should be. So that the tariff must then be in a cost reflective manner. Cost reflective in this instance might also then not necessarily mean that you are collecting enough, but as long as then your tariff is set so that it could cover for your fixed and then the variable. So what we use in Namibia for distribution tariff, I'm not looking at generation and transmission. We use cost plus, the weighted average cost of capital. Most of the regulators use this. Why am I mentioning this first is that it is important because when you move forward in terms of determining the return, you must have the correct information. So the cost plus, so then the ECB said, since we have a cost plus, how do we then determine the cost? We then develop what we call an operating and reporting manual, which is a uniform tariff determination and financial reporting to assist distribution utilities to apply for tariff reviews. So this is already a uniform system of accounts. So all of the distributors that you can see here on this map, we have the one of the red here, another red here, another red. In here, we have local authorities that are actually distributing. All of them, about 30 or so of them, they provide their information on an annual basis on a specific and uniform system of account, which we then refer to as operating and reporting manual. So this is then put together, and that is what we use then to approve their tariffs on an annual basis. Excuse me. And then in terms of, this is now the cost part. The plus, which is now the weighted average cost of capital, we need to have the same methodology in valuing the assets that the utilities are getting a return on. If, for instance, a local authority somewhere here in the south, next to South Africa, is saying that my transformer is 20,000 Namibian dollars, which is the same as 20,000 rand, and then one in the coast here is saying mine is 45 because I'm close to the coast, or I then transport it further to get it because it's coming from South Africa, then you are going to have problems because everybody is going to have a different value for it. That's why we said we will then create what we call the Namibian Electricity Network Asset Register. All assets are going to be valued at the same. You are going to be given the value. All what you do as a utility, you just put in your numbers. Do we agree? And then we agreed, and that is the same that is then used by everybody. So with this information, it is now easier for us then to go and do the tariff unbundling. So in terms of the return, that's why we said the methodology is important. Now this return on asset is based on the value asset determined by NINA. So now we don't have a discrepancy in terms of what is the value of asset in one part of the country. Everybody is the same. When we are then, before we go to the asset register, this is an example of a revenue requirement that is actually extracted from the operating and reporting manuals that we are talking about. This is the total amount for the previously approved amount. Here, this is the new approved budget. And you can see also the tariff per kilowatt hour. You can see the cost. This is the cost energy. Why we are putting this is also, this is then to indicate already when we are going to determine the tariff based on this, we know that this is variable because this is energy. This is the maximum demand is fixed, and then this is also fixed, but other fixed costs. And then you have all the other operating and maintenance expenses. So with this information, then you can then move into determining your tariff. This is also another template where you then say, the revenue that I'm going to be recovering from my customers to cover the revenue requirement should then be done through connections, energy, capacity, access, and then, of course, this is also capacity. And then your model should then be able then to tell you in terms of the cost per unit, cost per month, cost per amp installed, cost per maximum demand, and the tariff that you must actually then be charging. As I'm saying, the most important part is that it's the data collection. Once you have this information, it is easier for you to do any type of manipulation on this and then come up with a tariff that is going to meet the revenue requirement. You see, this is the NINA report. So everybody in the distribution industry have the same. So when we say, give us your asset register, this is now the summary that we will then get. We will get quantities, and what is important is the depreciation. This is the amount. So they also have access. This software is freely available online to them. They then update. Then, because they know they make their money on the assets. So the depreciation amount is here. The book value is also then put here. And then the replacement cost of their asset is also put here. Why? It's important is because they will then be making their money on these numbers here. So because if they don't update, then of course the numbers will still be the same. So once at the regulator, we can then be able then to consolidate and then also then be able to indicate which cost must go where when we actually go into the unbundling of the tariff. Just when we're talking of the unbundling, we have different generators. Perhaps it's just to then give you another perspective. You have generation, transmission, and distribution. What you want is that the customer, depending on what they are using, if they are only using the transmission line, if this is a transmission connected customer, then they should only pay for their transmission. If their power is embedded and it's coming behind the meter, for the 30% that is coming from here, they should not escape charges that are probably on here. Things like reliability, they should not escape if that charge was based on energy. So that is actually what we mean by unbundling. But you will see here also, this one is a customer connected to a distribution network, and there's an embedded generator behind the meter. This generator is then allowed to either sell to this embedded customer, they are allowed to sell to the distributor itself. They are also allowed to sell to a market operator if they so wish. They are allowed to then sell over the transmission into another distribution network. So the complexity here requires that you then unbundle these tariffs so that everybody knows what it is that they are paying for. So the selling and buying of electricity between eligible generators, it doesn't matter now, embedded or not embedded. And contestable customers are based on commercial arrangements. However, the actual flow of electricity on the network follow natural laws. So, but these are the commercial. So when you are buying from one generator, it does not necessarily mean that the power will then flow to you. To ensure that specific power will flow to you, but the power definitely will then follow, will flow to the nearest load. To ensure that financial settlements results align with commercial arrangements, meter reading adjustments are needed to reconcile physical flow and commercial flow. The meter reconciliation process involves increases add-back and decreases rebate at relevant metering point of licensees. So what I showed you here, if the power, this one is only then selling and they are not selling here. This power is then selling maybe to this customer. What you need is you need to then have a payback, add back by this customer because the energy that is coming from here and it will be reduced because there's a generation here. So those are the the technicality that one needs to look at, but you also do not want to complicate it, because if you complicate it too much, you might not move anywhere. So where possible, contestable customers will pay for the use of network, including losses. This approach has the following advantages. Of course, it is consistent with our current tariff methodology where customers pay for the use of the network. It does not discriminate between energy purchase from a utility or from an IPP. It reduces the number of network charges payable by an eligible generator and therefore minimize price risks. So what we are saying is that if you are using the network, you must pay for it. So the fact that some of these charges and levies are currently escapable creates two significant and undesirable outcomes. First, other customers will still have to pay for the services and result in a cross subsidy. So if the tariff is not unbundled, then you are going to have cross subsidies. When customers are considering an offer from an IPP, they are making a comparison with a bundled energy tariff, which includes all the other costs and charges. This results in an incorrect economic signal and could lead to customers making poor choices regarding energy purchases. Because if your bundled energy charge is so high, then it is being compared to an alternative energy charge, which is actually lower, but your energy is artificially high because you have bundled up that energy charge with other costs. So to ensure a uniform application of the unbundled transmission and distribution, we also then develop what is known as a wheeling framework, which provides a transparent and a fair practical framework for the determination and the implementation of the wheeling services and charges for the use of transmission. So if you are using it, there will be wheeling charges, but you must have a framework as to how it's going to be applied. So to ensure that the wheeling framework meets its objective, it is essential to unbundle transmission tariffs. We've talked about that. And what we want to say is that NamPower, who is a generator and the transmitter, have unbundled their tariffs. We are also here, I think this is previously, but we have also then unbundled the distribution tariffs. I will just show you in the next slide. This is on the NamPower side. You can see that this part here is the fixed part, which is mainly the transmission part. You have your normal customer charge per month, and then you have a point of supply charge per month. It's a fixed amount, and then a maximum demand and the network access charge. So this charge, whether you are buying your power from NamPower or from an IPP, this remains because you are provided for that service. Now the energy is where it is then also then indicated so that you are able to make your choices correctly. Energy at peak is at $1.77. This is Namibian dollars, standard and off peak. Then you can then also then decide at what point do you want them to procure or generate your own power. There's losses here also for different time periods. What we also have here is reliability. You can see that reliability is the same amount throughout. So for you to have your solar PV generating power for you, you also rely on the network. And as indicated by Leonardo, reliability is for everybody on the system. So you should not escape it, whether you are having solar or you don't have solar. We all know, I think this is just again to indicate what it is that you are paying for. The generator, all what we want the generator to pay for this is now the market operator's office. They must just be balancing and penalty fees if there is any imbalances. This is also important. Perhaps I think we have another slide to speak about the balancing on the network. So the generator, all what they have to pay is this, the balancing. Then the generator to the utility. This is now the utility in terms of if then the generator is connected to a distribution network or the transmission network. What they pay for is to connect to that network. If there are any incremental losses, they must also then pay for that, or incremental losses, they must also pay for that. If they want to reserve capacity, whether distribution or transmission, they must also pay for that. The distribution export charges is because if you are then moving from one distribution network through transmission into another distribution network, that means this customer who is only paying for one distribution network and transmission, but is not paying with the distribution cost where the power is coming from. That's why there is that distribution export charges to compensate for using another distribution network that the customer was not paying for. In terms of the contestable, this customer will then pay for the energy. This is the 30% that they are getting from the IPP. And then these are the services that they are then paying to the utility. Connection, energy from the utility, average losses, incremental losses, reliability, use of system, distribution network for the usage of that distribution network, service, ECB levy, NEF levy, and all the other levies. You will see that when we said the energy will then just go into the system, but these are the commercial arrangements that are actually there in terms of money flow.
Mr. Mtota, maybe you should be wrapping up.
Okay, so this is then indicating to you different tariffs that are in the system: generation, transmission, and distribution. And when we then unbundle, these are the unbundled services. We've already spoken about them in the previous slide. You can then also just then have a look at them maybe at your own when we distribute the slides. But this is then to indicate to you that this is now energy. This is the unbundled. You see that it's still 242, but you have now different cost component depending on where the customer is connected. If you look at this, again, you will have an opportunity to look at it. This is the unbundled non-power tariff. You will see here that it is not unbundled for the distributors, but in here, that's where you have the unbundled distribution tariff. That is where you have the energy. This is transmission losses here, and the transmission losses at the distributor, and distribution losses, and then network charges, also then energy charges. So in a nutshell, unbundling services and tariff will ensure that consumers pay for the use of the network, including losses, and that it avoids discrimination between energy purchase from a utility or energy purchase from an IPP. But again, it will just ensure that the customers pay for the services that they are paying. So with that, I know that I've run quite fast through this presentation, but I hope that you have actually picked up something that is useful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And we know the time was not on your side, so really thank you. I think there was a question for you on the chat.
I can take a few questions, maybe 2 or so before I can.
Yes, we saw there was a question on whether the distributor's energy purchases from the market, whether that is regulated to minimize either profits or losses. So I'm sure you can see that on the chart.
Yeah, that is correct. It is the energy that is sold to the distributor is regulated, because the distributor will sell to other customers, specifically domestic, and so we need to protect that. Also, the distributor, when it's selling to those customers, that tariff is also regulated. That's why we say they must submit that operating and reporting manual for us to approve their tariffs. So at every point, the tariff is actually approved. and regulated to minimize, maybe not to minimize, to give a fair profit for the activity that is undertaken by that utility. Losses are also kept so that they do not then unnecessarily put through losses that are not efficient in the market.
No, thank you very much. For my side, I had a question on the standard costs you showed us. How often are these updated? And when you develop the standard costs, was there agreement, or what was the main, if I could say, risk or impediment in finalizing the figures you showed us as the costs you use? You know, when you say the RAB, for instance, in assets, there are those standard costs you showed us. So what was the main sort of risk or impediment that you encountered, and are they widely accepted, those standards? Do they cover the costs actually incurred by the generators or by the licensees, by the electricity utilities?
Yeah. Also, then they must. But for distribution, because of the bigger portion of it, then we said we need to standardize. And then it is a regulation. Of course, you might find that some of them probably will not want to accept it. But there should be at some point, there should be an agreement between the parties. So they are actually accepted within the industry. And the industry is actually appreciative of the ECB that we have come up with these standards. I mean, so that they also do not have to do specific reviews on themselves. So it is small steps that you then take to the industry, and the industry, if then you are putting it up and the industry is not confirming to those numbers, let them now give you the numbers that they think should be the asset base. And then you look at it, and then you can then conclude on that. So it is, you need to start from somewhere to be somewhere. So in terms of this, how often do we then look at those numbers? The numbers are evaluated. We then conduct every second year, we go out in the market. We use information from the construction companies, from the engineering companies who build these assets, and say what is the cost of these assets now after 2 years, and what have changed. And then, of course, a utility can come and then say, no, but mine is 10,000, you only gave it 8,000. But the 8,000 is based on the actual information of current projects that are ongoing. If they can give us that, we will look at it, and then perhaps then we can then change. But I think we do it every second year, but you need, as an industry, you have to come to an agreement.
No, thank you. And I think the last one was, if ever maybe we want to implement something like this, how would you treat old assets versus new assets? Would everyone get the same rate, or you would then use like a depreciated standard cost, if I can say? So you get the standard cost and account for depreciation, or would you just consider the standard cost even for old assets?
Yeah, so the methodology that you can use, I mean, but it will probably come to the same thing, historic and net replacement. So when you are going to evaluate the assets, when you're going into the field, you are not necessarily going to determine the value. Then you are just going to say, okay, fine, what assets do I have in the field? Then you have say, I have these transformers. The most important thing is the quantity, the length, and whatever the quantity of those assets. Maybe primary important is the year of installation, so that you can then be able to depreciate these assets to today. If the asset was then installed in 1980, it means that that asset is depreciated. And the methodology that we are using, whether now you are using net replacement depreciated or historic, you still need to depreciate those assets. So your consideration should be the depreciated value, because otherwise, if we then give a value of an asset that was installed in 1971, the same, and we do not depreciate it, we will then be charging the customer twice, because then that asset is already paid, the customer is paid for it. Now we are going to add another, we are going to depreciate it now from today for another 30 years, and we also expect to get another additional return. So it must be a depreciated amount.
Thank you, Mr. Mtota. I think we've kept you long enough. I'm not seeing any other hands from my side, and we have kept Leo. We have a few questions for him as well. So I'm not sure if you still want to be around, and we can take another round, but we also think we should bring in Leo into the conversation.
Yeah, yeah, thank you very much. I think Leo can come in. I will probably just be muted here. I'll check if my appointment, the people are here. But once again, thank you very much. And I wish you all the best. Let us continue with the discussion. These are very good discussions. And Leo, thank you very much. Also, do share your presentation. I think we have something good here.
Thank you. And I think I will apologize. I'm sorry, Leo, for keeping you for keeping you on the sidelines like that. I'm sorry. Mr. Mtota had indicated that his time constraints to us. So we thought maybe we can take his presentation, but we really are eager to ask you a couple of questions. So my first one that I sort of, it may not be very important, but from where I was sitting, you mentioned that once you introduce a subsidy, it's something that's very difficult to get rid of. But there are circumstances where people genuinely cannot afford the electricity. You know, there are old people who have never gone to work. There are people who are generally indigent in their households. We may have such circumstances here in South Africa. So we would want to maybe provide such a subsidy. But my question was, is it ever been calculated as a cost reflective, or is it generally an art to say the subsidy should be so much? What are your views maybe around this issue?
Hi, no problem in keeping me here. I'm here to try to answer questions that people might have on the presentation. But in terms of subsidies, the best always is to show customers that they're being subsidized. Otherwise, people think that they have an acquired right? And that they should get a certain price no matter what. And the best experience around the world has been in those jurisdictions that they calculate the cost reflective tariff and get a price that is without subsidy, and then include an additional line with the subsidy that is being provided to that specific customer. And so the customer still pays the subsidized rate, but they know that it's subsidized, right? And so in the presentation, the first bill I show, actually, those are bills that I pay, okay? My wife has an apartment in Argentina that we use when we go there. And for some reason, we're getting subsidized because we don't use it much. You saw that only 27 kilowatt hours. And so because of that, they say that we should be subsidized. We shouldn't, right? It just says subsidy all across, but they don't calculate what the subsidy is. And the other thing they do, in Argentina, things get done, everything that gets done by the government, they do it wrong, right? And they said, okay, we're going to get rid of the subsidies. When we said, okay, finally, we shouldn't be getting this subsidy. And they said, okay, if you don't want if you want to be excluded from the subsidy, do nothing. If you want to get the subsidy, fill up this form. So we didn't fill up the form, but we're still getting the subsidy. So going back to the main question, the best is to whatever policy is adopted. If you're going to subsidize someone, make sure that someone knows that they're getting a subsidy. Being a direct subsidy where the government provides the amount, or being a cross subsidy, as an economist, economists always said try not to do cross subsidies, but if you have no other way, then show that amount still, so that that customer knows that they're being subsidized.
Thank you. I was asking whether is there a way of also calculating it to make it seem more scientific rather than objective. Rather than subjective. How do you then say we subsidize with this percentage or this amount? Can you assist with that, or you have not yet encountered that?
Yes, you can make it in a very technical way, right? In Guatemala, they wanted to subsidize a certain kind of certain type of customers. They call it social customers. People that because of the kind of job they have, where they live, etc., they were very poor and they couldn't pay. And so in the electricity formulas, where you allocated costs to the different customer classes, there was a weight that was included when allocated certain costs. And so there was a weight subsidy, right? So let's say that for a certain type of cost, you allocated only 20% of the cost to that customer class, and the other 80% was allocated to all the other customer classes. That's a cross subsidy, right? And so you knew exactly how much was being subsidized, because if, let's say that the full amount of cost to be allocated was $1 million, and they only got allocated 20% of that, right, 200,000. So the subsidy was 800,000, and then that 800,000 you could calculate what was on a per customer or per kilowatt hour or whatever you wanted to calculate it. And so there's always a technical way to figure out how much a subsidy is and who's paying for it.
Thank you for that. I'll also look for any the colleagues who may want to ask you questions. But I think on my side, if electricity is being traded, let's say there's a wholesale market, and the wholesaler may be the one with the view or the vision of the entire market, and there are smaller traders everywhere. Would it be that the subsidies or anything that government wants to intervene, should it occur now from the wholesaler and then it's passed through, or can this also be implemented even at a trading level? So let's say there's a wholesale market, but the trading is done by Munich's and other independent traders like Samuel Trading, and I have my own trading and I have an area that I trade. So maybe I'm failing to couch my question properly, but all I wanted to ask is, can this be done at which point in the value chain is it most appropriate to subsidize?
I haven't seen, and I don't recommend, to introduce subsidies in the market, in the wholesale market, because then your price signals are not going to be correct, right? You can still implement subsidies, but you do it at the end, right? But let's say I've seen a case like this: a government that wants to subsidize a certain type of customer, and they own a generation plant, and so they at certain points in time when the prices in the market will go up, they don't want to collect anything for the electricity and basically provide electricity for free to a certain type of customers in order to reduce the cost. You can still take care of that at the end on the bill of the customers, but you still run a merit order dispatch, and you still calculate prices for the wholesale market without taking into account that the government is providing the electricity output from that specific power plant for free to a certain type of customer class. Otherwise, you introduce price signals that are not correct, or you might because of that move by the government, you might impact private contracts, and you don't want to do that.
Well, thank you for that. And I think my last one was in penalties, or maybe rather, let Mr. Gumede come in.
Okay, no, thank you, and hi, Leo. I just thought I would actually just assist a little bit with Kotora in terms of what is included in the rule. So in the rule, the reason why there is what we call consumer data 4B is that what we are then, and then we've got 5B. What we are saying is that we would like to then collect data, which is what we would call the affordability data, so that we can do an analysis. But when you calculate the cost-reflective tariff, it remains exactly that, cost-reflective for everybody. But 5B, in terms of the final price, then says, okay, considering the affordability which you would have calculated under 4B, what could be, if it's possible, could be the level of cross-subsidies that could be afforded to a certain group of customers. And if that is not adequate, what other sources in terms of subsidy that can be done? So the actual subsidy framework itself is realized it doesn't interfere with the rest of the cost reflective and bundle tariff, but it looks right at the end to then say, having calculated all the cost reflective tariffs and prices, but there's an affordability question, there is a gap there. How do you fill that gap? So I just thought I would add that. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think that was very helpful, and it closed the gap, especially for some of us who are not really experts in electricity pricing. Thank you very much. And I think my other question was, I see in some areas there'll be fines or charges for balancing acts. You see balancing penalties or things like that. How are these scientifically calculated? Is there an objective manner of calculating a penalty? Let's say for balancing or for such. I know it may look like a novice question, but I saw my previous presenter, Mr. Mtota, they were balancing penalties. And I thought to myself, how do you calculate such penalties? Is it a payment for a foregone use of a service or what? Have you ever encountered such?
There is a scientific way to do it, but there are two components, right? You identify what are the costs to the system, and you might calculate a penalty charge based on the costs that are costs into the system. But the second component is that in terms of to keep reliability in the system, you don't want customers to incur, into those balancing penalties, right? You don't want them to cause issues in the system. And so you calculate what the cost is, but then you apply a factor to that cost, right? And depends on how bad can be the damage to the system. You might make it, bigger enough so they don't do it. So you might double, triple, or whatever. And there is even more scientific ways to even include what the factor is when you look at what is the loss of welfare for the users of the system. So it's a little more complicated. You can do it. You get an economist to look at what the demand and supply for the market is, and then calculate what is the impact in terms of the loss of welfare for the system when an event like that happens. And so you look at what the total cost is, and you use that total cost divided the specific cost, and that gives you the factor to apply to the penalty.
Thank you. I think I have a general understanding of how to approach such costs. I'm not sure if there are further questions from the audience. If not, I will call in V Squad to come in, and she can give us the way forward.
Thank you so much, Leo. Always illuminating to hear from you. And thank you, Mr. Kotora, for facilitating this conversation. We are nearing the end of our program. What I'll do is I will do a word of thanks from my side, so that when I hand over to Mr. Gumede, he can close for us. So just to thank everybody again for just really indulging us as we seek to continuously close the gap between our understanding and our stakeholders' understanding, and just seeking to create these platforms of engagement that both gives stakeholders a chance to have sight of our thinking, but also allow us to learn from stakeholders as we try to concretize our thoughts. And so please don't tire to participate. It is valued from our side, and know that we are accessible as NERSA. So thank you again. Let me hand over then to Mr. Gumede, who will give a word of closure and a final word of thanks. And thanks again to all our participants. Today, we will be sending the presentations through, hopefully by tomorrow, after we just pull out all the names of the attendees. Keep well and be safe. Thanks.
Thank you so very much. I actually thought I would thank you last, but I won't keep you long. I just thought that I just want to say a few words in closing, just to indicate that firstly, this is a journey. We started this journey a while ago, as Mark indicated, but it is a journey. It's not an event. And even today, we are just here to present a proposal. The proposal still needs to go before NERSA. First, the committee that is responsible for this, and then, of course, to the full board at NERSA, who will consider this, taking into account all stakeholder inputs. But what we are hoping is that if the proposal is approved, it doesn't mean that it's the end of the journey. It's just the start of the journey, and it was quite insightful to also, it's important to know that this is a goal-driven journey. It's not just a journey, but it's a journey where we are going somewhere. And that goal is basically explained nicely by the objects of the Electricity Regulation Act. We know that the sector is changing as we speak. We know that once the Electricity Amendment Act comes into being, it's going to change even further. But that's part of the journey. So all we are then saying is that
we invite you. We know that we're going to have to, if this is approved, we then still have to go through we're going to go into more detail. Like we need to go into this and formulate these task teams with specific mandates to look at specific tariff and models and things like that. There, we need to have a very intense engagement with stakeholders, even post the approval. If the approval is granted, there's going to have to be. We need to look at capacity internally to see what are the needs that we need to. What are the needs of the staff that we need to actually upgrade? We are talking to the likes of PERC. We're talking to UCT Power Features Lab. We're talking to the Danish who presented earlier. We're talking to GIZ. We're talking to a whole lot of people that will say, in the event that we needed to then capacitate our people, these are the capacity programs that we need to embark on. So it is a big journey, but one that is driven by a single goal, which are basically those objects that are listed in the Electricity Regulation Act. So I just thought that I would start there. That hopefully, though, as we do this, we don't reinvent the wheel. That we harness the information that is sitting out there and the wisdom of people that have gone before us, because we are not the first ones to actually go through this process. So therefore, we need to be able to learn from others. And also, it was quite insightful in looking at the 2008 electricity pricing policy to see how much of what we thought was novel was actually stuff that people like Ompia Pane and the team, when they were drafting that EPP, they'd already thought about. So, in this world, you think something is novel when in fact it is not. So just in closing, I'd really just like to thank all the presenters. I know that there are handicaps that come with this kind of platform. We would like to have to all be in a physical place together. But the beauty about a webinar is that it allows people like Ted Curry, Dr. Leonardo Kicino, who are sitting in the other side of the world. It allows people like Phineas Mutota, who might be coming out of a board meeting, to be able to attend this board and still come and spend an hour with us. I'd like to thank them. Please don't tire of us. We will repeatedly come back to you. Thank you to all the presenters. Dion, I don't know in case I forget somebody. The intention, if I did, I apologize. But to all the presenters today. Secondly, just to thank the participants for your active involvement, for staying the day, for continually attending this and actually asking these fruitful questions. Thirdly, I'd like to thank the team NESA. It was interesting to actually just see how from people from the pipe gas division, people from the petroleum from the petroleum pipeline sector, all joining hands today to actually drive this, because at the end of the day we are all Team NESA, and I'd like to hope that this is again a start of a journey that we are all embarking on. But specifically, I'd like to thank I think all of the organizers, again, hopefully not mention names, but to mention one name, Voiswa Makubane. Thank you, madam. Thank you for the energy that you put into these things. May God bless you. Thank you to everyone. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Mr. Kumete. Cheers, colleagues.
Thank you, colleagues. Bye.
Thank you, everybody, and thanks, Voiswa, for really pulling this together. It's been amazing. Thanks a lot.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ted. Thanks, Martin. Thanks, where's Leonardo? Thanks, Mike.